Yes, thank you. My problem. I shut that off because I've been noticing I was hearing some noises when I was coming on, and I forgot to unmute myself after I opened up with some music. Again, welcome to Sound of Joy, musician uh, chat and conversation. I always want to be able to, as they say, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. So I want to welcome those who may be seeing this channel for the first time. Those of you who have, okay, I'm monitoring to make sure that I can hear myself. Who may not have been a follower of the Sound of Joy channel for the past 18 years, I believe it is. We can hear now. Yes, I unmuted myself. So always want to be able to introduce who I am, not for credibility, but just that you want to know who you're watching. So I'm Sam Tobit. I am a retired 46-year church musician. I keep saying 48 years. Somewhere I'm adding 2 years on there. Um, Versed in the Pentecostal sound, the traditional church sound of the 70s. I was a part of the changeover when churches were still within the spirituals, anthems, hymns, and I'll say testimony style services where musicians were just learning how to get the songs to pop. They were more or less stuck in the old style of, for those who are the number system users, they were stuck in the one, the four, the five, and the six. Every now and then they may throw in a turnaround if they understood what that was for. But I was able to, in my era, during my time, bring in a more traditional big band sound from a piano standpoint and, of course, from the organ because as a youngster, my father was also a church musician. He had his era of music. My era of music branched off from my brother, who was also a church musician, working with my cousins, who are also church musicians. So the Talbert family in the New York Bronx, I'll say Brooklyn community and Queens, they know of the style of music because we all have our own version, but we've all spent our early years as youngsters, teenagers, and into our adult life serving the church community. So when I speak of a different era of music in a different sound, I was there when that sound was introduced to the church world. So welcome to Sound of Joy Music Services. This is the channel that we here to support the current and, of course, the future generation of church musicians with traditional gospel sound and how I approached learning it without YouTube and a mentor. I'm just talking to allow more to come into the room. I was one of those musicians who did not have someone to sit down and show me this is how it goes, but I did have an opportunity to participate in the New York City school system music department as an instrumentalist, and there I learned to read sheet music as a, if I go down the list, uh, flute recorder started it. From there, I went to trombone, didn't like that. From there to French horn. I still have the French horn that they actually presented me with. I may or may not pull that out just to show you. Yes, I was a French horn player and learned how to play it well enough that I was presented the French horn when I graduated. Mellophone in my high school days where we learned the big band sound and the different Caribbean sounds of music. And then as I tried to remember, I have a memory like a sieve when it comes to learning music I can hear. Go to the piano and try to duplicate that from a piano standpoint. But my piano prowess came from purchasing materials that taught basic piano, structure, how to properly form your fingers over chords, chord names, and then I was able to go back in the time, you might say, and enhance the music that I was playing without that knowledge. So again, thank you those who are watching. I see we have 7 who are currently viewing me, and those of you who have come in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, I did bring water. I did eat before I went live, so you won't hear my stomach growling. If you did, I'm going to hit that mute button real quick. And of course, you are invited to comment, talk amongst each other, and again, have good conversation and hopefully some good instruction. And you'll let me know whether or not the instruction that I'm giving you is appropriate. Now, yes, YouTube will come after me if I play any particular tracks. What I will do is I will follow their regulations. They generally give me an option to delete the video or mute the sound that is the copyright notification comes on. So I generally select to mute the sound. Lately, I've been letting it stay there because I want to be able to give a good instruction with how you break down a song. And I think we have, just looking at the list, we're going to go into That's What He's Done by Jason Singleton. That's one of the songs asked, so we'll hear that one. And yes, the rest are congregational songs, so we're good. We only have one we have to be worried about. So I trust everyone is doing well. I believe I typed in a welcome. I greeted those who came in early, so let me just type in my welcome. And for those who are on my Facebook page, simulcasting, you're welcome as well. If you want to come and have conversation or a request, you'll have to come to the YouTube page because I'm not monitoring the Facebook page. All right, got that typed in there. So, Dejan, if you have a request, just type it into the chat. I will see it. We'll go to the first one from 5 days ago. Hello, Mr. Sam. Can you do the song That's What He's Done by Jason Singleton and the Sound of Destiny Choir? Okay, I'm not familiar with them. Excuse me, getting a little itch there. But we'll see what they sound like. I'm just copying the request so I don't have to do any typing. Okay. Let me remap my sound so that you can hear it. Okay, and make sure there's no ad.
Aquí empieza.
As there is. So we won't let you hear the ad. Let me go back and start it from the beginning.
You don't know like I know. You don't know like I know. Oh, you don't know like I know. Hey. You don't know like I know. You don't know like I know. You don't know like I know. You don't know like
All right, so first thing we want to find out is this: what key are we in? So this song is up-tempo. Up-tempo songs are really nice for musicians to play because it puts you in a sort of a jazz format. So let's test my ability to remember the key that it's in and see whether or not I can find it. Sounds like F. E flat. E major. Oh, okay. Make sure that my transpose button is not on. No, it's not. E major. Okay, that would have thrown me off too. Okay, so E major, and let me change my Chordy app because E major is a good lesson key to instruct in because no one likes to play in E major, and I don't teach transpose button. I teach learn to practice in every key. Wash Me Over Again in the key of C. That's the Timothy Wright song. Okay, we can certainly look at that. So you don't know like I know. This is a how can I put this song? I always try to put a song in an actual category so I know what I'm talking to. Congregational choir song, which means that you have a lead like you would normally have in a congregational song or testimony style song, but you change the chords to embellish the song with more than just the traditional one. E major is a beautiful key to play in, especially if you're a guitar player. Turn that volume up. All right. So E major, what you're looking for in this song to do is you want to first of all know what is the chord structure, your generic chord structure. That is where the number system is the how everyone talks to playing in the that's not right. I thought I changed the scene. Da-da-da-da. That's where it's supposed to be. Okay, I was looking at my OBS, and I said, "Gee, I'm looking good there, but why don't I look good here?" Because I'm actually monitoring the stream. But okay, we're back to where we should be in E major. Now, I never encourage anyone to just play the scales just to get it out of the way, but you're playing the scales to number one, warm up your fingers, to instruct your ears on where the notes are found as you visually look at the keyboard, and adjust your coordination to be able to fall on the notes of the song, of the chords that you're hearing. So the number system is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then back to 1. As you can see, I can just float right through because I understand where the notes are for the scale. And these chords, the number system chords, are the scale notes. Each note is in the major scale of the key you're in. So if you play a wrong note, that means you don't practice this, because all your chords are found within the context of the scale. That's what I would practice. Not just the entire chord, but in octaves. And then find my own way to bring it out. B major, there it is. That is my version of the number system, because then from there I can branch off into the different chords that are being played. So yes, I know I was monitoring two screens, and I said one of them don't look right, but it is correct now. It takes about 60 seconds for the stream to actually see what changes that I made, and I think that is what Ecamm gives you a chance to correct any errors before. It gives you space to do editing, basically. That's what I'm thinking about. And yes, I am now officially an Ecamm user. I just subscribed, so I get to play with all the features of it and learn it as part of every stream that I'm going to be doing on YouTube. So this song, already I hear the jazz bass movement because it is of a testimony style. And then you just want to lock in on now, what are the chords that they're using? So let's go back to the video, back to the beginning. and lock in on what style of the chords they're using. So right there, looking at the scale, heard the highest note. Hmm. A minor. Again, A minor. Actually, A minor. F minor. F sharp minor. There it is. If you're not familiar with playing in E major, you have to think C sharp or D flat minor, F sharp, and B major. Those are your chords that you're going to be generally centered around, and the movement that you use in those keys. For E major. Again, I practice patterns just so that when I have a song that I'm going to play, if I'm still learning the song, I can still apply a pattern. All right, so let's get past the intro.
You don't.
I always try to find songs that I rather enjoy songs that take advantage of what the scales give you, and then you want to learn what they're doing as far as a practice. Now, I use both hands because, again, it's all about your left hand will never get good if you don't give it something to do. Let's get into the song now.
Don't know like I know. You don't know like I know.
All right, so I'm listening for chord patterns. I hear the walk up, what they're doing. Pick which way you want, which one do you want to use. Start off with the basic first. That's the basic, which means they're walking up from the 5, 6, 7, 1. But if they up, are they using the 5 chord there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, a 5 chord. Inversion with that flat 7th on it. On the 5 chord, there's the flat 7. And then you don't know like I know. So let's back up a little bit. So we got an actual progression there. This song I can appreciate that they are not locking into a standard move. They are giving you music, and I think that's what's missing out of a lot of the church songs today. They've eliminated playing music and just play chords. Just give me the 1, give me the 6, give me the 4, and go back to the 1. I'm like, well, gee, but what about all that movement that the older, more traditional gospel songs had? So we got the walk up. I know what he's done for 5, 1, 4. and that's 5-1. Now, I often say I will talk to the number system. I don't teach it. I talk to it for those who are still attached to it. I've never been a number system player. I was never taught the number system, so there's no attachment. But I can talk to it as I get my own training by watching other YouTubers who are jazz musicians talk to the number system as a means to, no, number one, support the bass player's notes, and number two, to show pattern direction. 1-5-1-4. Probably going to be a 2-5-1-2. Now the two normally is, but in this chord the two is in there. This is the two, but I've taken this out, moved this over to here, and added this one. 2-5-1-2-5. 1-2-3-4-5-2-5. Now this is why it's so important to teach your left hand how to play chords, so that when you want to extend a chord beyond where your right hand is, you can use the same theory. 1, 2, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. And I gotta be able to go back also. Diminish, minor, major, major, minor, minor, major. Okay. Theory, you have to apply that. Huh. My page reset on me. Let me go back.
You don't know like I know. You don't know like I know. Oh, you don't know like I know.
All right, so I've got to hear this song. Now I'm listening in retrospect to what my ears heard. So, but you see me jumping around because I'm finding not only the chords that they're singing around the choir, but what are they doing with at the lowest note, the bass player, and what they're doing around the highest note in the chords. So they're hanging around here. What is done for highest note, turn around, and the highest note again, which is in the range of where the choir is. Let's listen. Okay, so they're in a repeat, almost like a quartet, which is jazz. How many times did they repeat that?
You don't know like I know. You don't know like I know. You don't know like I know.
Wow, that bass player is working. That's jazz. That's the jazz bass line. And once you get listen to enough music, you'll recognize where songs are getting parts of their music from, where they are selective in adding a run, a chord phrasing, just to be able to enhance what they're doing musically. Let me go a little bit more into the song. All right. I see what that's coming in there. It's that change I want to get, where they bring that change in, because it's all patterns. Look for the pattern. Okay, after what he's done for me, what he's done for me. So for our viewer who requested this song, as you can see, it's a full song. It's not. There are no shortcuts. Your skill level will have to be up for this song to be able to use it. So, and again, I always encourage musicians to go through the many videos that I have on this channel designed to build your skill level. So when you ask for a song like this, you won't ask me to make it easy. This is not an easy song for a. Now, again, I do have levels now, level 1, 2, 3, or 4. This is a level 3 song, advanced musician. As you can see, left hand movement. The chord progressions to lead you from one key to the next key. The constant movement. That's level 3. Level 2 has you doing just this. That is level 2. That is the intermediate musician's range. That means you're not worried about all the movement, because that requires you to be able to have the ability to float across the keys. What we're going to do, because you may be using it for your choir, we're going to give you what we can, well, as I say, make it a fat-free lesson. So let's see what we can cut off from it. All right, so I've got a intermediate version now. Just listening to the song. If you don't have a bass player, you need your right hand for this song, because otherwise it's going to drag. So what you want to be able to do is from the 1 to the 5 to the 1 to the 5 to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So your bass hand, your left hand has to give that bottom note. Or 1 to 5. Then the 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now you can throw in This is the good one, which is up the scale. If you can do that, another shortcut. These are sort of shortcuts that you can employ as you're learning this song. There's so much happening in there. If your skill level is not able to understand all the movement, I say take off a lot of the fat. There's a whole lot of movement. Bum, 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 bum. There's a whole lot of movement happening. As I say, pick the easiest ones that you can learn and then begin to add. Let's see what's left in the song, because usually there's a vamp somewhere.
You don't know that I know. Can I get a witness? Just one witness. Just tell your neighbor.
All right, so the song has a lot of repetitive chords. 1, 4, 5, 1. There's a 6 in there. There's a 2, 3, 4. On the 5, you got a 4 chord. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 5 chord, you got a 4 chord there on the 5 bass. That's what he's done for him. You'll hear that right down the scale. And as you can see, I am extending the chords by playing inversions. Once you get more comfortable jumping around the different inversions, and I'll talk about C sharp, D flat, or C sharp being a chord that'll help you get comfortable playing in E major. If you can do this, if you can do that in C sharp, change one note and you're in E major. There it is. Just end on the E. That ends you in D in C sharp. But if you go and end in the E, you can have that same fingering yet you do there. Just end in the major, not in the minor. Or it can be there. Just as long as you end in the major. All All right. That's the first of the requests that are been in that are and I'll leave the audio up. I'll just take the hit from YouTube. Let's look at the request from the chat from Daquan. You wanted the Wash Me Over, but in the key of C. Now I do have Wash Me Over uh, AI vocals because I did that for one of the requests, I believe, from Facebook. Let me pull up my AI vocals, give them the ECAM mention. Because it's good to practice songs with an actual singer. Now let me remap. I got too many views. I'm going to have to. Hey, Mass Design, thanks for coming in. Make sure I don't miss anybody in the chat. And thank you for those who are still here. Let's bring up Wash Me Over again in my AI singers. As you may or may not be aware, I'm getting very big into the AI production of vocals for not only training purposes, but for songwriting purposes as well. So let's bring up Wash Me Over. There it is. And you say the key is C. So I'm going to have to remap. Let's just do the lead part. Key is C. Okay, gotta change some of these sound designations. Let's send it to here.
Wash me over.
Now that should be A flat, but you want it in C. Wow, it's going to be too high for that voice. So let's map it down to. That's going to be too low. I have to change the voice. So we got to start in E, right? We can't have this guy screaming. So let's change to one of our. I just added another vocal to the group, Felicia. Let's see how Felicia does with it.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
Okay, so she's going to do well for this breakdown. Let's put a loop in here. Well, we'll let it. Well, yeah, this is just a breakdown. So let's find where the changeover. Because I have 3-part harmony, but I'm not going to change them all. Let me see if this is it.
Over again. Wash me.
Okay, we're all set there. So, Felicia is our latest AI singer, and I call them by the first name because that's the name that was designated to them by the software company. Let me change my point of view so you're not looking at my side. I got all these windows open now. I'm going to have to get a third computer screen so that I can keep up with all of these changes. Here we go. I wish you could elaborate on those Sweet little gospel passing filler chords. I have a whole series on passing tones and chords, but I will talk to them. Not a problem, because they're just jazz. They are jazz movements that when they talk about the 251, the 4-5, let me see, 4-1-6, all those jazz turns, that's all those filler chords are, and of course, whatever movement you want to put around it. So wash me over again in the key of C. Let's change our chordy app to the key of C. Written by the late great Timothy Wright, and I've often have mentioned this. I was a worker with Reverend Timothy Wright here in the Eastern New York area. Brooklyn is New York, where he's from. My father and I have spent many a time at his church repairing his Hammond organ, because my father was a certified Hammond organ repairman from the Hammond Organ Company, specifically for the black churches in the tri-state area. We spent many a Saturday night repairing that organ, because after a concert on a Friday night or Saturday morning, they would have damaged enough of it that we were there fixing it for Sunday morning. So I'm very acquainted with Reverend Timothy Wright. I served with him for probably 10 years as one of the organists of the Eastern Jurisdiction state music department. So I am well acquainted with him. Didn't know his sons that well, because they were youngsters when I was working with him. I was a youngster when I was working with him. So his music has a solid place in what I play, because I emulated his sound when I played for him, so that he would be able to get across his music when he was teaching it. So Wash Me Over is right in the scales. With your precious blood I bliss, blood wash me over. Now, Reverend Wright made songs that everybody could sing. So if he was flipping a hymn into a pop gospel type of a song, or one that he wrote, everybody would be able to sing it. And if you used the number system, you were halfway through his songs, because he would just change one or two notes to give it the Timothy Wright sound. In there, you had a mixture of the number system, the minor turns that you would normally hear in gospel music of that day, the passing tones, 1-3-4, or you can go 5-1-4, or an extension 5-1-4. Go diminish up, minor, the minor 6, but I extended out. This is a 5 chord, because there's your 5 on the bottom, but it's a 1 chord, but it's going to resolve to the 1. So, could you put it in F? But you requested C. F is not a problem, but you did request C. The chords and the structures is still the same. Let's move our vocal down to the key of C. Excuse me, to the key of F. Let me see. Again, this is why you practice scales. The first note started on the 3. So if F is going to be our new key, it's going to start on the 3rd note in F. So with that low, I now have to change our vocal to a male voice, because that's too high. Well, let's see how she does. Let me select, and now we're going to go all the way down to F. I did something wrong. Let me do this again. Here we go. And right here. It's going to sound out of her range, but I have another singer I think who can do that. Let's see what she sounds like.
Wash me over.
Yeah. Let's try Nile. Let's see. Much more powerful alto voice.
Wash me over.
No. Let's go with Hayden, who is our high tenor.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
Let's change chordy app.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again.
So you want to be able to feel the song.
In
Your basic chords.
precious blood.
Minor, minor,
Wash me
diminished. 5, 7.
over again.
Walk it down.
Wash me over
4, 3,
again.
6.
Wash
Finish.
me
5. Stay in the 5. The 1.
again.
Walk it up. 2, 3, 4. Do the gospel turns. 3, 6, 5.
Over again. Wash me over again.
These are the passing tones.
Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
Loop one time more.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again. Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again. Wash me over.
All right. So when you're playing a song that is repetitive, you always want to have, I'd say, at least 4 different approaches to the song. You know it's going to start on here. So now you can go, or you can go, or you can go, let me see, A, okay, 6, 7, 1, or you can go, okay, a different way you can go. B flat, A flat, D flat. Wash me, and that is more an actual contemporary approach. That bass note is wrong. There it is. Okay. Go D with the 2. Yes, a 2. 5. And then a 1. I guess what I'm trying to say is that you don't always want to be locked into, I don't know if you're using the female voice. No, I was using one of my male tenor voices, which has a more extended range than a tenor would. I didn't know you were using the female voice. Oh yes, up in C I was, because we lowered the range, so I brought in an alto voice that is in the range of C for this song. It's all about where the highest note is. I mean, when you have what they call octave singing, then a lot of songs are written for sopranos that can sing high when they're doing unison singing. That's really high for your church soprano. Your studio soprano is not a problem. But when you head down in C, that's high for a church soprano. So you have to take it down to an alto. A tenor with no problem. Would not be a problem for a tenor or a baritone, but the sopranos would have to come down to the alto range. That's why songs are pitched based upon, excuse me, ooh, ain't too good. Excuse me, pitched based upon the vocals and the vocal skill set that you're going to be working with. That's why I often say you've got to practice every song in every key, because you may go to a church that does not have the album quality or studio quality vocals, but they give it their best, which means you have to now be a better musician and repitch the song so that it can still be effectively heard. So which key was more favorable for you, the key of C or the key of F? And I realize it takes a while for me to see your response. Both keys are able to be used based upon the vocals. We've done it in F. Let's take our vocals to, because it's originally done in A flat. Let's take our vocals to E flat. Again, if you know your scales, you know it's going to start singing on the third note. What is in the scale of E flat? What is the third note in the scale of E flat? I'll let you type it in, because this is also instructional, because I know what it is already. And let's move our vocals to E flat, to where the third note starts it, so we can keep it. We got alto, right? No, we have a tenor. We can keep a tenor, I think. Oh, let's go to alto. Let's give Nile a chance. It's in an alto range. Nope. Third note, scale-wise in E flat is not A flat. You almost have to visualize the E flat major scale to see what is the third note in E flat, because that's where the song is going to start. At my church, we are trying to have one player on piano, another one on the Hammond B3. How to split roles on those traditional songs to play in a duet? Good question. Yes, it is G. There we go. Good question. Organ is the lead in a church. Piano is the lead in a concert, if that makes any sense to you. And I only speak to that from how I came up as being a part of, not being a part of, but listening and watching in concerts. In a concert, you're always going to hear the piano. In a church, you're always going to hear the organ. So who gets to lead the service? Piano can maybe start it off, but the organ takes over. And I'll show that on this, because I can pull up my Hammond organs. I have enough power in the keyboard, in the system, to be able to pull up all these programs. So let's hear E flat. Wash me over again.
Wash me over again. Wash me over.
That's low.
Again in your precious blood. Wash me over.
Really low, but a good alto can go right down there.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
My chords change.
Wash me over again.
All my passing tones, walking it right down the scale.
In your
bum 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 bum
Wash
bum bum
me
bum.
over again.
6
Wash
2
me
5 2
over
3
again
2 1
in
flat
your
7 7 4 to the
precious
5
blood.
up to the 6
Wash
2
me
5
over again.
5
Wash me
3 4
over
1
again.
6
Wash
to
me
the 4 5 4
over
3
again
2 1
in
flat
your
7 7 2
precious
5
blood.
sharp 2
Wash
6 2
me
5.
over again.
Wow. Yeah, these AI voices can really hold their part. Let's pull a tenor there so that we're not okay. Saros is my emotional tenor. This is Saros.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in
Five,
your
4, 2,
precious
5 to the
blood.
6,
Wash
2,
me
5,
over
1.
again. Wash me
Up the scale,
over again.
drop
Wash
2,
me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
big band.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
Smallwood,
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
Whitfield chords,
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
when I call out the different names of the different artists, I think about their styles, and if they were doing this, what chords would their styles throw in? That is the Whitfield style. He has the anyway. Should I miss any questions? Yes, the organ. When does the organ lead? The organist leads when the piano player stops playing or pulls back on what they're doing. Because if the piano player is amplified, then you have a competition. Back in my day, I played on the Steinway Grand, which is why you hear me champion on this keyboard. This is actually the actual mellow Grand. I played on the Steinway Grand, beautiful sounding piece of hardware by the Steinway Corporation, well tuned and well serviced. But when the organ player, who had multiple speakers around the church, played, I was swallowed up. And it was okay because at least I got to start the song. Let's see when I pull up my virtual organ. First, let's see if anything crashes because they're going to start to compete with each other. And by compete, I mean resources, because all these devices want access to to everything. Come on. My mouse disappears on me. Here we go. Back. Hate showing the side of my face. Okay. While I pull up the organ, because the organist is what I call top shelf. They have the lead. They are the highest paid, number one, because they can perform their job without a bass player, without a piano player. They don't need that support when they are well tuned. Okay, the organ is not fighting the system. Alrighty, so let's just E flat is where we were in. This is the difference when an organ player comes in to play. Let's see. Okay, the foot pedals are there. I've got to remap some things on my keyboard. Give me a second to do that. Controller, you get remapped. Enter. All right. Now, let's get back here. Let's remap you back here. And let's pull up our organ page. Yes, I do have an organ page too. Let's get this correct. Wash me over. And we're in E flat won't with this type set. Okay, so the organ player. As you can hear, the lower bass note. It's covering all the frequencies where the piano would be. So if your organist, I gotta change my window. I have too many cameras, that's what it is. All right. So when the organist is going to play, he's going to now set the tempo of the song, not the piano player, not the drummer, because an organist needs to be in sync. If you've watched any of the organists that on these videos, and I'll call out Corey Henry, and I'll call out Glenn Gitson, because I actually saw Corey Henry when he was a child playing the organ, and I followed his career. Generally, when he's with a drummer, who's setting the beat? He is. Glenn Gitson, who is setting the beat? He is. Why? Because the organ player has to be in sync. When he plays on his keys, there's no friction like you're going to get a piano. Piano is a actual percussion instrument. You strike it to get loudness and soft. An organ player, you have to adjust a volume pedal to get loud and soft. That means the musician needs to be able to feel more than just touching the keys when he's playing. That's why a lot of them like to have the Leslie right next to them, because they want to feel that when they pop it, because they don't get it from the keys. So which means internally, when they want to have a beat, they're going to look at the drummer and say they're going to do this until they rhythm internally get to hear that rhythm. So if we pull up our vocal, which should still be active.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
Trying to feel.
Wash me over
There's your bass.
again in your precious blood. Wash me over again. Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again. Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over
Set the
again.
tempo.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
So your organist, again, based upon their skill set has to be there, which means you see me, I'm floating around the keys. I'm hearing the melody. I'm picking and choosing where I want the bass notes to be. You be honest with you, a bass player, organist would rather not have a bass player there. They acquiesce to a bass player if their skill set is there, but they would really rather be using their feet, because in a split second they want to change their key. A bass player cannot keep up with how an organ player thinks. As you can see, I can go high, go low. I determine what note I want to hear, or I make that determination. A bass player could never keep up with me because I think 5 chords ahead easily. So by the time I get to that part of the song, I've decided out of the 5 chords, which one do I want to hear, because I practice all of them in every key. I hope I'm giving a word of understanding from an organist standpoint. I'm really a Hammond organ player. I cut my teeth probably 8 years on my father's Hammond C3, which he used to rent out to churches at times. But he was also an organist. He had one, and generally, if he was out working and I was left alone, I was on that, practicing what you hear me do now, getting my feet in sync. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. There we go. Bam, bam, bam. There we go. I have only 15-foot pedals, but I practice on all 32 of them. No, the church organ had 32. I think it was get 25 on your standard C3. But I cut my teeth on not only that, but adjusting drawbars. And as you can see, I have virtual drawbars here, which I can adjust so that I could hear or emulate those same sounds I heard the professional organist playing. If I want to pop, and that's what an organist wants to do, whatever they want to at that time. They are hindered when there are other musicians around them, because now they can't do that. They got to lock in on the 3, on the 2, and on the 5, and every now and then to the 1, and get this to the 4. But they really want to do this. They really want to go wild. But when you're in a band, you have to know your place. So as far as splitting those notes or those roles, if the organist is skilled, then he should lead. If the organist is not, and by skilled I mean, can they float across the keys, not just runs? Because all runs are just broken scales. That's not real. That's not a song. That's just practice. That's practice. It's when the musician comes out and he knows when to turn the Leslie on, when to pull back on the volume, when they're going to change. That's when the musician comes out of the organ, when he knows how to adjust his drawbars to meet the moment. If you have a skilled organist, one who understands that they are in the lead, but when they're in a group, they are a supporting instrument. But at any time that the organist needs to step forward, that's when you hear this. And the organist usually know when it's time to open up and let the organ out. I had to hear that first in my head to go and find those notes. So if that, welcome 28, our Austrian viewer, that's when the organist is allowed to come out. When you hear all those notes come out. Then you don't hear the piano player. But in the context of the song, the organist is pulled back. They are understanding. You hear a lot of drop two. You hear the high with that occasional tritone. There it is. And when you hear them go off key, they are following the circle of fourths. In the circle of fourths from here, boom, and back into the key that they're in. And you'll always hear that high note in there somewhere. Why? Because they want to be able to hear the spectrum of frequencies. Every now and then they'll pull it off and they will do the jazz. Because you can hear that clicking in the back. That is a percussion sound the organist wants to hear. So for that song anyway, you're going to have to rely on the two instrumentalists, the two musicians, to coincide with each other. But someone has got to take the lead. Generally, if it's a song like this, the piano will have the lead. Let me take this off. But then you also come in and be very melodic with it, again, based on the skill set. What usually works for me, if You give them each a solo part in the beginning of the song so they can get it out of their system. Then the rest of the music of the song can go on. Because believe it or not, musicians, again, this is the part. Welcome, brother Mitchell. This is this part of the conversation musicians won't have. And be honest, they're not playing to the glory of God. They are playing for someone in the back to say, "I enjoyed you this morning, or this afternoon, or this evening." They're playing for the congregation. I've always held the attitude that God already knows what I sound like before I sound like it. But the people who are listening to me have not heard me. So do I need to put it all out like it's my last time? Or do I need to be what I'm supposed to be, a assistance to moving the service along? I was always an assistant to the service. Whoever was in charge, whoever was in the microphone, who had the authority over me could say, pull back, and I would say, okay, pull back. Not today's world where get louder. Oh, that's what they really mean. No, if they say pull back, let them tell you to get louder. Me, I always was a musician first before I was me. If the service didn't call for this, then they didn't get that. They got this. Because I'm not there to be on display. I'm there to assist the service and how it should go. Because sometimes it would go left to where it required me to pull out all the drawbars, and even then, I was never a full open organ player. I always made sure I had a semblance of notes. Actually, this is one. There we go. There had to be balance. So if it required me to get loud, it was in balance. And I used entire drawbars, and rather all the notes on the keyboard to assist. There you can see a full chord. Along with foot pedals. There it is. And then pull back as the service required for it. So I would be constantly adjusting drawbars from the time I got on the organ until the time I got off. Anyway, do you voice your chords differently for piano? No. They are the same chords. It's just a matter of the organ gives me the ability to hold chords indefinitely while I play them. With a piano, I have to continually strike it to continue playing that sound. And for the most part, you don't want to stay on one chord anyway. It is just a path to get you to the next chord. Let me, because we covered the organ for the request. Let me shut the organ. Let me get out of the organ mode. That covered the request for that. I'm going to change my page. There we go. Okay. So we covered the organ question that came up in the chat. But no, they're the same chords. I think musicians that are in the learning mode are being deceived when they're given the impression that the organ and the piano are two different instruments. They are physically two different, but a C on an organ is the same C on the piano. It's just a matter of which drawbars are pulled out to activate that sound. On a piano, middle C is always going to be middle C if your piano is in tune. And it's always going to be dependent upon the size of your keyboard, be it 61, 25, or 88. If it's positioned in its proper place, this will always be middle C. An organ, of course, will have to only have two of its white drawbars pulled out so that in its 61 key frame, middle C will sound like middle C on the piano. But the same chord that I play in C, F, A flat, G, B major, D, they're the same chords. That's always going to be this chord. That's always going to be this chord. The same notes, the same fingering. If your keys are spaced properly, what happens is if the person playing is at a, and let's just change that because I need to be able to talk to this to help musicians get an understanding. Is this page? No, not this page. I've got so many new pages I've opened up. That's my AI programming page. Where is oh yeah, I'm programming Lift Every Voice and Sing too. Where is that page? Here we go. And that should be gone because I did that already. Get you out of there. There are levels to this thing. And that was the page for my Patreon membership. Level 1, beginner. Scales, the number system chords, octaves, and limited inversions. That's where you can support a service, a traditional church service, and not worrying about sounding like the album. You only want to sound like the album when you get to the advanced level. When you're at the professional level, you are creating albums. You are creating songs. You are reimagining music in every genre that's out there. That's the professional level. I'm not at the professional level. I'm somewhere in between using technology as my assistance. But level 1 is not a bad place to be. It's where things start. We don't say baby, we say beginner. But it starts, baby, beginner starts with a B. That's the beginner level. That's the beginner level. That's the beginner level. That's the beginner level. This is the beginner level. See this? See the handoff? This is the beginner level. This is where you are just learning what a note is, how to find it, and how to adequately land on that note. This is where the beginners are. Fluid. Switch off. Now, we're not doing any runs. We're not doing any passing tones. We're not doing any dominant sevens. We're not doing any progressive anything. We are at the beginner level. In every key, the handoff, the touch, how to play slow, beginner level. This is where you get to learn what an instrument is, how it sounds, how to switch off. Welcome, Rig on Music. If you're not at this level, and if you skip this level, the beginner level, then you are hindered by learning songs that you don't know how to reach. Every song is in a scale. That's just the major scale. The minor scale. And you know why the minor scale is so easy to learn? A minor scale is a major scale in another key. So if you're learning the major scale, you're learning the minor scale in another key, which means the notes are there. You're just where you start. If I'm going C minor, if I switch to E flat major, the same notes, just starting differently. So what have I done? Nothing. Just started in a different key. The different Ionian, Dorian, Mixolydian, they are all part of the major scale, just starting in a different note. That's the major scale. If you start here, and I forget, I've got to get the chart out, just tell you which one this is. That's another mode. This is another mode. This is another mode. What changed? My starting spot. Another mode. Another mode. And back to the major scale. So I just played in 7 different scales on the same register, C to C, but starting in a different note and it's going right across. The same concept is in the same next key. There it is. No, that right? Right, same. There it is. Same scale, just starting on a different note. Those are all the different scale tones. Now, why are they relative to what I'm talking about? All your chords come from scales. If you know all these basic beginner scales, when you hear a chord, find the scale that chord is found in, play the notes you hear, not the ones you don't, you've got the chord. If you're in C major, this chord is built on the C major scale. Take out the notes you don't hear, and you got that scale. So if a note changes, or if a note gets added, well, you go, okay, that note is not in this scale. What scale is that note in? In the minor scale. So that note is not too far from the major scale. Half a note down. But it sounds so pretty. But to find it, there's that note I hear. Or if you want to go flat 7, C7. C7 is built on this scale, which, and again, jazz has 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the jazz minor scale. That's when you get to the advanced level, when you learn the jazz nomenclature and the jazz approach to scales. Still the major scales, but now the jazz scale has its own. So when you hear the gospel, it's not a gospel scale. There's a jazz minor scale that gospel musicians acquiesce to because they heard of musicians using that scale, and they put it with preacher chords. And they practice it and turn it into through practicing. And nothing comes without practicing. What happens is a lot of musicians of my day would never talk to me about that. When I would ask, how can you do that? They would stop playing, especially within the organ. They push in all the drawbars because their drawbar settings were, given to them by the Holy Spirit. So how dare they share them with me? That's why I said I can listen and hear what somebody's doing, go to my keyboard and find what they're doing. Or they would hide their hands. They would twist and turn while they're playing. So I couldn't see. But they didn't recognize that I had an ear to hear. So when I would hear, I just didn't know how they were doing it, but I could hear them doing it. So I was sitting and go, well, gee, I hear this note, but how are they getting that? Oh, that's what he didn't want me to see. He was doing the grace note. This was a big thing back in my day. but I would extend on it. I would extend on it. I wouldn't just do. I would do. I would extend on it. So now the next time they heard me play, they go, "Oh, where'd you learn that from?" "Oh, I just did this." They go, "Oh, how do you get your left hand to fall in with your right hand?" And I would practice. Remember the pass off? Pass off. Pass off. Pass off. Find the middle range. They both can occupy the same note. Now I'm getting too high. That's the right hand range. Or pass off. Goes A. F. Pass off. Or wherever the chord is going to wind up, I can use the right hand to get that. Or for preacher chords, C. But it's all understanding. And when you get the understanding and the practice together and the theory behind the understanding and the practice, as you listen to songs and you learn them, you take something from each of those songs. You take something from cartoons, as I did as a youngster. You take something from television commercials. You take something from theme music. You take something from, I often say church is the worst place to go to learn music because they're very limited in what they can do. You know, you can't do this in church. Well, now you can. Back in my day, you couldn't do that. They would call that worldly music, and you'd get pushed off the organ by the minister or the church mother saying that we don't play that kind of music in here. Back then. Now, it's not taboo as it was back in my day. All right. I was talking about the beginner intermediate. When you're at the intermediate level, that's when you are now getting an understanding of progressions. That's the intermediate level. Progressions are what you practice. Intermediate level are the hymn players. Holy, holy, holy. Because this is where you learn your chords for the intermediate level. Lord God Almighty. Early in the morning, my soul shall rise to thee. That's the intermediate level. You are the hymn players. You are the ones that when the congregation is done doing praise and worship and they're ready to get into a morning hymn, this is where the intermediate musician gets to shine, because they got to make the church sound like a church service. Now, pipe organ is not the state of the church nowadays, but that was, if you didn't have a pipe organ sound, you didn't have church. This is back in my day. So you had to make your Hammond organ emulate that of a pipe organ. Let me see, which is one. There it is. So, if you're going to play for a Methodist church, for a Catholic church, for a what other church would AME church, and they got a pipe organ, Allen pipe organ, sitting in on us on the side or in the front of the church with some huge pipes, and then you say, "Well, I want to play a Hammond B3." You don't have a job. What you want to say is, "What song do you want me to play?" And they'll say, "Well, we like to hear." What is a traditional song? To God be the glory. What's that sound I want? Which means you better have your scales down, because hymns are scales. Where's my one I want? It's got to be a sound here. Medieval. Nope. I used to be a one here. St. Paul. In some realms, especially of church music, if you don't hear that sound coming out of the church, they haven't had church. Let me see. Okay, we can use that one. Great is thy faithfulness. That's all I got. I'm trying to find one that has the sound I want. Breath. My point being, what I'm trying to emphasize is the intermediate musician is the hymn player. They can go praise and worship. They can do congregational songs. They can do hymns. If you're looking to be an intermediate musician and you haven't even ventured down the pathway of understanding that a hymn is a major scale played with chords, you're going to be limited to your next job away from the church where you are right now. If you want to stay where you are, playing for the church you're playing for, then stay at the beginner level. But the minute you go to intermediate, you're saying, I'm ready to move up to a higher level of music, because that's what it requires you to be able to do. If they want to do, and let's see, what's another song that is traditional? Crown with Many Crowns, key of F. Been a long time since I played that song. Who died for me? Set me free. Intermediate level says you're ready to move away from the popcorn songs and move into the high end songs that gets you paid. Let's just be honest. The higher your skill level, the more pay you can command, because a lot of musicians won't want to venture into the higher end of a church where they pay excellent money for you to be able to make them sound like they were in church that they now realize churches changed from when I was playing. I don't think I could go back and do what you guys are doing now, because I came from an era when your skills determined how much you get, not how loud that you can play the chords that you play. Plus, I enjoyed playing all different types of songs. So we're moving now into here in the United States into African American History Month, to where you're going to be hearing spirituals. Most musicians only think the only spirituals are Go Down Moses or Steal Away, the really sad songs, or Ride On King Jesus. They think that those are the only Negro spirituals. That's just not even the tip of the iceberg. That's dust on the actual spiritual songs. And I have a whole series already on the channel of the songs and the spirituals and how I approach them as a musician. You will hear the major and minor chords of that era being used, and a lot of those songs were built on a pentatonic scale. If you look at Amazing Grace is strictly an actual pentatonic scale. Entire song built on a pentatonic scale, which means you can go get some jazz chords. Wrong sound. But because that song is a little bit above the era of the pipe organ, because the pipe organ is basically made for hymns. They consider the Amazing Grace to be a hymn. It's a jazz song. It's just how you approach it. I always approached it as an actual jazz piece and not a spiritual. As you can see, I did a take on that song lately. The jazz chords. So it doesn't drag. Which is why you have the advanced level. The advanced level musician can now take any song and morph it. They are the ones who are the organists. You won't find advanced musicians playing the piano. You may see them on the keyboards now, because keyboards is now the thing. But the advanced musician is usually the organist. They can take any song in any key and adjust it to fit the flow of the service. If the service requires up-tempo, let's see, can I pull up an up-tempo? Because that was one of the requests that I cover, basic songs. Let's pull up a up-tempo pattern I can use. I gotta turn the pattern up. Let's see. Turn up the pattern. There we go. If you were doing the song, because there was a request in the. Let me just find it. This is one of the viewer requests. Could you do congregational songs in the key of D flat? The windows of heaven are open. And Lord, I just want to thank you I get joy when I think about. Okay, see a lot of the traditional testimony songs, and they all work off of the circle of fourths. As you see, I've got that window up there, the circle of fourths. D flat is the requested key. So let me do the chordy app. Hear that? Hear that bass drum? That is your locking rhythm for these type of songs. Now the windows of heaven are open is going to be kind of high in the congregational sense, and I believe the requester said intermediate, so we're going to have to slow this down for intermediate. As I say, the advanced musician can morph to any key. So let's slow down windows of heaven for our. This is a request from one of our viewers. Key of C, a D flat rather. Again, look at the scales, because that's going to help you find where the notes are. Let me see. The windows of heaven are. This is intermediate. The fire is falling tonight. I've got joy. The 7, joy in my when Jesus made everything. This was every Sunday night. I gave him my old filthy garment. This is for our request. He gave me a robe of pure white. I'm feasting on manna from heaven. That is why I'm happy. All in the major scale. So intermediate means that you have a working understanding of passing tones. Windows of heaven are open. 6, 2, 5, 1, 5. Stay in the 5. I've got 5. Joy down. Some popcorn. Jesus made every passing tones. 2, 5, 5, 1. Remember the bass note? Pa. 4. I'm feasting on love from 2, 5, 6, 5. Intermediate musicians have a knowledge of chording melody. 3-part harmony. Number system. 5. Left hand. 6, 2, 5. Just to establish a note. The 4. Diminish. 4, 5, 6, 5. So the intermediate musician has established the melody with the scales, has established the chording by the number system chords. Now they intermix passing tones. And the bounce. Passing tone. Passing tone. Some jazz. Passing tone to get the 4. Six. And a little bit of jazz. This is intermediate musician, which means you have to know the bounce. I covered the bounce as one of the lessons on this channel, how to bounce with tritones. On the downbeat. Down, 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 down. As I told you, listen to the kick drum. That's your downbeat. down, down, down. This is how you get church going. Now in your five, that's the one. On the 4, 1, 2, 5. So that is where the intermediate musician is. As I often say, the intermediate musician is becoming multi-skilled. They're not just praise music. They're not just how do I put this? Locked into learning the basic songs that fill a void until the advanced musician comes in or is hired or they become the advanced musician. But you are constantly piling on the different styles of music. What was the other request? Well, that was the Windows of Heaven. We'll keep this tempo because this is good practice tempo. Lord, I just want to say thank you. Now that can be major or minor, but it's also jazz. Let me see. Lord, Lord, I just want. It starts off in the 4, 5, 4, 1, to the 6, and Lord, I just want to thank. 5, I want to thank you for saying. I haven't done this song in a while, but it starts off in a minor. Remember I said jazz minor? Up to the 4. I want to thank you for a bounce in there, a semi bounce. Melody and chorus. I want to thank you for saving me. Stay with the minor. So right there, the minor scale. There it is. Whose major scale is that? Let's find it. That is E major scale. C minor, which means I can borrow the minor chords. That would be a C. That would be an E flat major. But take off a note. And your spirituals are written in the minor. What is the minor? What's the minor spiritual? I'm trying to think which one is now. I want Jesus. That's why I say if you learn jazz and understand that jazz uses majors and minors, you got the spirituals. And a little classical. On this while I'm on don't normally do it in D flat. Pilgrim Journey, the 4, the F, G7, B, G flat 7. Dun, 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 dun. To walk with, we'll go with the minor to the 4. Now, again, if you want to say that jazz came and got that minor sound from that song, okay, I will give you that. But that was only for that song, not for the songs like Call 'Em Up, which is jazz minor all over the place. And if you can do this, you can go to E major and use the same notes. Which is the same as being in E major. So as you learn one key in one style, you can go borrow and use it in E major. There we go. All right, let's go to the next song in that request. I Get Joy When I Think About What He's Done for Me. Let me see. I Get Joy When I Think About. Yes, okay. So that was the third song in that one request in D flat for intermediate. Again, all these songs are the same songs. They're just chorded differently, different melodies. Let me see. I get joy when I think about what he's done for me. I get joy when I think about. Major scale, minor scale. The bounce. So the bounce can be off the tritone or the jazz. Bum, 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 bum. That's all that is. This is my bounce. Passing off. That's my bounce. Bum, 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 bum. I get joy when I think. You think down, 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 down. Passing off is so easy. It's practice. Bum, 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 bum. And it is, trust me, once you get the concept down, once you get the rhythmic into your spirit, and you've got a good drummer or drum machine that you can practice with, so you can hear the beat. I can hear double beat. Triple. and pick and choose which one I want. I like this one. Pop, bum, 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 bum. Notes are right there. Joy when I think of what he's done for me. The notes are right there. As you can see, I can expand or stay in the middle, which is where you want to start from here. For me, what I teach from the middle out. Make sure you get all the notes which are in your spectrum right here. And then if you want to stay here, you can have all this if your keyboard is large enough, and you can go down. But without practicing, so that your fingers and muscle memory can get comfortable getting to those notes, then it just makes it that much more frustrating when these songs come across to you. And these three songs that I just covered, they were all the same songs. There's just melodies different, but the same chords fit. The 1, the 4, the 2, the 5, the 1. And the turnaround on the 5 with a different touch. That jazz turn. There we go. All right. Make sure I keep an eye on the chat to see if another request comes up. So let me go back, because I've been doing a lot of playing and a lot of talking, and I'm going to take a break from playing, not from talking though. Let me switch up and get to the different windows. There we go. All right, so we've been covering. Hey, Demo, how you doing? The bounce in E flat is the same as the bounce in D flat. The bounce in F, G, A flat, it's the same bounce. It's just changing the key, and your muscle memory will lock your fingers into. I'll show it to you. I'm taking a break, but your muscle memory will lock your fingers into the place of how you want to bounce, and then you just choose which one that you want to use. Congregational songs for me was practice. Basically practicing different runs that I worked on at home to see if I can fit it in. The faster the song, then I would practice faster. Shouting music to me was an exercise in just playing scales on both hands with chords, and rhythmically, especially if I was on the organ. My feet was my actual bass drum. I didn't have a drummer most of the time. When I played shouting music in the Pentecostal church, we didn't have a drummer, or at least one that was dedicated. So when they started to get into the shout, which was probably at around 140 beats, you guys are doing 166 now. I don't know how people are standing up, but I would turn it into a song. There would be a pattern: pattern 1, pattern 2, pattern 3, pattern 4, and then back to pattern 1 with an addition. Oh, no problem. So the from a music standpoint, I think musicians they haven't lost their zeal for music, but I think what they are consuming today is limiting. There's no challenge. When you're asking for, well, can you break it down into the number system? That lets me know that you are musically starving. When everything has to be limited to making it easy for you, well, where's the zeal? When do you go outside of of the actual number system. Now, jazz musicians, that's a whole different genre. I'm not even. I wouldn't dare walk into a jazz place and if they had an open piano. So who wants to sit here and show us what you got? I'm staying in my seat. I'm not going to compete because those guys can take any song and turn it into a masterpiece in jazz. What is the word I want to use? I'll find the word, but they can just from what they practice. I don't practice jazz. You see me doing those limited jazz runs. I don't practice that. I play it. I don't practice it. I practice the ability to hear a melody and chord around it. That's where I would say 65% of my playing comes from. What's the melody based on the scale? What are the generic chords that was used in that song? And now what can I take from what I've learned in my history of playing music and absorbing sounds? What can I put around it? If I wanted to play and I've done this before, if I wanted to play a 70s jazz band piece, I would not use a piano. I would go to my keyboard and pull up a band setting because then I would be able to hear all the different nuances of what a jazz band sound like. I used to love to listen to, at late at night, the Johnny Carson band play. That's the era I came from, that big band sound. I only play by ear and only know what 251 is because it's all I do all the time. Let me know that's what it's called. Sam, thanks for everything. It is not a bad thing. I think sometimes when I talk to the number system, I may give the impression that I am downing it. People who have played in that system have made millions of dollars. I'm not one of them. I played in a church where I had to play hymns, spirituals, anthems, early gospel, and when they allowed us some of the contemporary gospel. So I was limited in what I was allowed to do. And then when I went home, we did not own any jazz records. We didn't play the latest latest hit songs. When I would hear the Jackson 5 music, I heard it when they had their actual cartoons. And I go to the piano and play it and try to play ABC, as easy as 1, 2, 3. Do, re, mi, ABC, 1, 2, 3, baby, you and me. I would go to the piano and try to lightly play it on the piano because we weren't allowed to listen to any of quote unquote secular or worldly music in my household. It was church music or you didn't play anything. So I missed a lot of the absorption of that early type of music. Yes, see, again, if I could hear it on the radio on a commercial, I would be like, oh, what are those chords? Then run to the piano and try to remember. Oh, yes. Well, John P. Key was when the church morphed over. John P. Key is late 80s. So the I'll say the leadership of the church had already changed hands, and the incoming pastor was more lenient towards the more up-tempo songs because it meant more people in the congregation. So yes, we did do Jesus is Real. We did He'll Welcome Me. Did we do that? I'm Living This Life. We think we did. He'll Welcome Me. We didn't do all of them. What else did we do from John P. Key? Again, I was not the selector of music. It was generally given to me on a cassette tape. Several albums recorded by the minister of music. She would go here. We're learning these songs for the next rehearsal, and there'd be 6 songs on the tape. So I had to put the time in my car driving. In fact, every car that I had purchased in the 80s came with a standard AM/FM radio. I would immediately go out to the auto store and purchase a stereo cassette player and some speakers, and I would wire it in. Wash Me. No, we didn't do Wash Me. Again, we were limited by our vocalists. So if the song had a lead, we didn't have one to match that song. So if it was a choir verse bass song, and generally I had to change the key because our choir members did not have the range of those type songs. I'd have to lower the key in the rehearsal. So if I learned it in C, I had to lower it down to maybe B flat. during the rehearsal time. Oh, okay, put it in lower key. No, put it in lower key. Put it in lower key. Right there. Okay, right there. And then on the fly, I had to, because I would practice at least four steps lower every song I had to learn. I knew that that would probably be what would happen. Again, I'm that musician. Most guys could not do that. Jesus is Real is in E flat, but I think we had to do it in D flat because it was too high. For I know, oh, couldn't hit that C, so I had to move it down to D flat. But that's the era in which I came in. Nowadays, there's a transpose button, which I did not have access to in my day. I had to do it on the piano, on the fly, during the rehearsal, which meant I had to have excellent ears to hear that actual change. But as I was saying, the musicians of today are have been done a great disservice by the churches not requiring them to delve into the past and revive some of those songs that helped fill the churches back then. You want to have a full church. Do Keith Pringle's "Call 'Em Up" and let the musicians have their way on that song. The early Hezekiah Walker song. I know that everybody's still singing "Every Praise." Um, the symbol is wrong, which is the sharp, which is the B flat, right? E flat. No, E flat is right. That is the key that um, Jesus is Real is in. And again, when I first heard Jesus is Real, my eyes popped open because I heard the big band sound again. Ba-da-da-da-da. I said, wow, yes, that's the era I came from. And those chords. Now, I've gotten in trouble in playing that song here, but I played it like the album. Because you do hear a little piano in there, but you hear a lot of the actual synthesized horns, which really made that song. Well, again, that's the era where everybody's group was competing against each other. Hezekiah Walker was competing against John P. Key. Timothy Wright was competing against, who was he competing against? Because his songs, again, it wasn't later till he began to morph into a much bigger sound. He was more of the church group. He did have his own concert choir, but they still sang like they were in church, and all his songs were church based. He wanted everybody to be able to sing it. The Hezekiah Walker was the pop cultured sound. If you heard a lot of his earlier songs, there was a lot of organ being pushed on it. Again, as he brought in more musicians and more writers, because he didn't write every song, then you heard that morphing of his sound. But he was more was it, trying to think. A lot of when I say a lot of, maybe 3 or 4 members from my church choir were members of his choir. And I would often say, how come you can make his rehearsals, but you couldn't make mine? Then I said, you know what? Do you? Again, we're all individuals. We're not supposed to be tied together by denominations or by affiliations. We're all individuals. We choose where we can best serve our own interests, number one, self-survival, and then number 2, where we can go where we can flourish musically. Again, I was always would question, gee, you sound so good singing with that choir, but I don't hear that same voice when you're here. Again, I always question singers because I'm not a singer. So I got to, tell me if you can hit this note, fine. If you can't, I'll lower it for you. But even in Galilee Baptist Church, like in the 70s, No Greater Love, the pianist was doing pretty jazzy runs to that solo. Well, again, if they have jazzy runs, it's because they practice them. I'm trying to picture. The Hawkins brought a contemporary sound, but they weren't all jazzy. But the sound was not traditional church. You didn't hear a lot of the common runs. You didn't hear the James Cleveland runs that was prominent. And then when Andre Crouch began to expand his music, he got a more pop cultured sound, which means the church didn't want to have that pop cultured sound in their church. What was one of those pop songs that I can remember we could not do? I can't play it, but I'm trying to remember because I have his albums. I still have them. I'm looking at them now. They're behind some speakers I have down here in the basement, but I still have the albums that he would put out, and I would go, "Oh, we're not going to do this in our church. Sounds pretty, but we're not going to do this." The ones we could do, we did, because again, he was considered worldly, even though his father was a pastor and a bishop, I believe, in the Church of God in Christ. His music was not embraced, which is why he had to take it overseas where he was embraced. The blood that Jesus shed for me was really an up-tempo song. It had an actual ballad pace to it. We now slow it down and gospelize it by putting in all the gospel turns and the runs in it and draw it out. But the original song was an up-tempo ballad. The blood. We slow it down, which is rare because you, the Church of God in Christ, Pentecostal church I played for, they always sped things up. But again, I try not to get into the politics of the church. I said if it's not dealing with music, then I don't want to hear about it. So I won't go that direction. But there were a lot of isms, schisms, who we're going to support, who we're not going to support. Battle was over. We were not allowed to do that because it was too loud. It was too popish. The singer was screaming. So we didn't do that one. We had an old pastor. He was in his late 70s, I think, when that song debuted. And if it wasn't a hymn or spiritual or early gospel that he could get with, we didn't do it. Not that I didn't learn it, because I did, but we just did not do it. Again, the different era that we're in right now, where everything is open to the musicians. But some of those songs of the past, they need to revive. They got to make it part of their rotation, but at least revive it, so that the musician will have a chance to actually learn a new or an additional skill set. I want to drink some water, but I don't want to do it. I didn't build a Be Right Back page yet. I want to drink some water. I don't want to be disrespectful and drink water in front of everyone, and you don't have any water. So let's see where I know what I can do. Because if you haven't done this yet, let me drink some water. So please, if you haven't done that yet, and I see many of you have, thank you. Those are appreciated, because when you do that, then YouTube puts my feed on others. Then come in and also get some history. Oh yeah, that's the intro page. I'm gonna have to label that one. Be right back. So, did we do Be Grateful? Yes, we got to do Be Grateful, because I think we sort of fooled the pastor into thinking that it was a slow gospel song. But we got away with that one. Because there's no more, I don't have any other view or requests, so I can have conversation. What else did we do? We did Jesus, I Love You from the Hawkins, that Love Alive album of the 70s. We did we do, trying to think of the other songs that was on that album. Let me do this. Let me pull up what was on that album. This is good conversation. Just doing a Google search. Follow Me. No, we didn't do Follow Me. Dear Jesus, I Love You did. I Love the Lord. I Love the Lord. Changed, we did. We didn't do I Won't Be Satisfied. We didn't do God is Standing By. We didn't do I'm Not the Same. So again, we had the choir directors had to um, had to measure out what songs would met with the desire of the pastor of that era. So Changed got in there. Dear Jesus, I Love You. There was another one. What was the other song? Follow Me? No. Dear Jesus, I Love You? Yes. I Love the Lord. Which, there was one. No, we didn't do any other ones. Dear Jesus, I Love You was in the key of A flat, I believe. And again, these are the songs that are not, that should be revived by this current era of musicians, so that, again, every song I play, I learn something from that song. It gives me another set of chords. Okay, let me come out of there. Um, wow. Big band sound. Ba-da-da-da. 4. Flat 7. Long. Large. Still in the 1. To the flat 7. Your tender care. Mm, 6. 2. There it is. You 5. A long time. Bum, 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 bum. This is a Hawkins chord and a Crouch chord. There it is. Gotta remember that chord. Because you brought me through the drop down. The walk up, boom, boom, G. Jesus, Jesus. Wow, a long time. Ba-da-da-da-da. Can you give the number progression for Magnify Jesus? You explained it before, but I can't find the video. Magnify Jesus. Oh, I'm supposed to do the bounce in E flat for you also. Got to talking, I forgot about that. The E flat bounce. Oops. That's D flat. It's the same thing. It's off the down. It's on the downbeat of the rhythm. Down, down, down. So you're halfway up on 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4. So you have to have a rhythmic, a rhythm, internal rhythm, to be able to successfully do the bounce. Now, if your muscle memory doesn't do this, hold on the 1 and just do the C to E flat. Until you get comfortable doing this. To me, that makes it easier to teach. Again, it's all about practicing. Love that opening. All right. Number system progression for Magnified Jesus by Keith. Hold on, I'll have to pull that up. I'm not getting, because I do so many songs, I can wash the song out of my mind when I go to the next one. And then wash that song out of my mind when I go to the next one. Magnify. Keith. Hopefully I spell it right. Oh, there it is.
Hope you come to magnify the Lord tonight. Magnify Jesus. Magnify the Lord.
All right, so basic walk up. This one I can find the key. E flat? No. Is it E flat? No. B flat. Oh, C. Goodness. 1, 4, 3, 4, 5, 1. That's the pattern I hear. The 1. Right in the number system. A 3 bass, but a 5 chord to the 4. They're holding the 4 on the 5 bass. It's kind of like Timothy Wright's. What's Timothy Wright's song that's just that same pattern? Let me see. Testify? No. Oh, Testify is there. Yes, I want to testify. Yes, it is. Yes. Raise away every day. The free got the victory. So yes, this song is 1, 3, 5, 1, 3, 4, 5. Oh, thank you, Cheryl. Um, that's what I can hear from that part of the song.
Magnify Jesus. Come on, sing it, choir. Magnify the Lord. That's what we've come to do today. My God is worthy. Come on, lift up your hands and sing to be praised. To be praised.
Sounds like a Timothy Wright song. I believe they went to the flat on there.
God is worthy. Come on, lift up your hands and sing to be praised. To be praised. To be praised. Sing in Spanish.
Four, flat seven, five. F7? Yeah. And repeats. Okay, so the number system I talk to, and I only talk to it from a bass standpoint. I let the Chordy app give you the chords that they're using the number system. The issue that I've always had with talking to the number system is that you can have 10 chords in the one. Which chord, I can be in the one. I'm still in the one. But look at all those chords. So what chord in the one gives it the one? I'm still in the one. Look at all those chords you could have in the one. I'd rather talk to the melody, which is scales, chord selection, which is what chord are they assigning to that part of the scale, and then the passing tones or the chords that build around that. If you give me the numbers, I got it from there. I haven't developed melody and I can't find the progression myself. I wish I knew which videos out of the 2,800 that I have I could have sent you to build you so that you can hear why scales, learning the scales is so important, and then why learning or how to build chords around the scale so that you won't rely on a number system as a crutch. Again, number system has a billion songs written to it, but when you're doing gospel, it changes. There's not a billion gospel songs, but there's a billion songs written with the number system. But when you're doing gospel music, all of a sudden, you got to find out of those billion songs, which chords are they assigning to that scale. Again, the number system, again, what chord is assigned to the one in this song? Still the one, but look at all those chords. Because the one is here. Still the one, 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 still the one. Every one of those chords is assigned to the 1. How do you know which chord you're going to be using? The scale and what chord that scale or the chord is built on, what scale that chord is built on. Learn that and you will wean yourself away from the number system. Again, the number system is for the bass player. Tell the bass player, we're going to be in the 1. Everybody else is doing this. And the bass player is still in the 1. Bass player. But look what everybody else is doing. Bass player. Bass player in the 1. That's why, again, I see the number system as being a directive for your lowest note. But as to what chord is going to be assigned to it, that's everybody else except the 1. Look at all these chords. But for this song, if you want the number system, it's 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then they go to the 2, 3, 6, 2, 3, 6, 4, flat 7, and then the 1. But they now assigned a lot of chords to that. But from a number system standpoint, that's the pattern. I'll show you. 1, 3, 4, 5, 1, 3, 4, 5, 1, 3, 4, 5, 1, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 6, 2, 2, 3, 6, 2, 2, 4, 1, 4. So they went from 5, 1, and that is your pattern for the number system. But all those chords have their own approach to the song. I hope that gives you a path. Oh, and I wasn't even in the key of C. It had A flat on the chordy at. What key? Welcome, Adam. What key is lift every voice and sing usually played in? It's written in the key because it is in this hymnal. I believe it's number 540 because I've been working on doing a adaptation of that song for my AI singers. In the key of A flat, which is high for sopranos. So it's written in the key of A flat. Let's see, are my AI singers still up? Yeah. I changed the key. Excuse my side while I pull it up. Yeah, let's see. Recent. Because I was rewriting it from the first time. Then I moved it into my. Let me not be disrespectful. Let's change my point of view. I wrote it in one key, one style, and then I was changing it again to another style. So I did mess it up. I didn't change it back. I was rewriting it, giving it a different approach. But it's originally in the key of A flat, which again, for sopranos, they'll be screaming. But for the tenors, it's great because everybody sings unison. Nobody sings it as a musical piece. Lift every voice. Where is it? Oh, looking in the wrong place. Lift every voice. This is still. I made changes to it, so. And I think I did it in A flat. Let me see. Who did I give it to? Sorrows.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring with the harmony. Lift every voice.
All right. Put a loop in there from the previous file. So of course, the loop is still there. And this is kind of slow because I was actually programming this. That's Sorrows. I'm gonna change to Hayden. Hayden has a more um, tenor laden voice. Not as rough, I should say. Although I could adjust his parameters and make him rough too. And let's speed this up a little bit because I think people drag this song too much. 110, no, 110, is that fast enough?
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a
Minor.
song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us, facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won.
Oh, I didn't do any more than that. Okay, so yeah, A flat. Oh, for me, AI is a game changer. Any song that I've ever wanted to write, I can now write. Any song I want to rewrite, I can rewrite. Any song that I learned as a youngster and had insufficient singers around for me to experiment chords with, I can now do that. Any song anybody wants to write, but they don't know how to adequately scale a song to a melody, I can also do, which is why on Sound of Joy for 2025, you haven't seen the ads yet. You've seen brief ads, but I will be unleashing an entire video showing how I create a song from scratch, from absolutely nothing, and how quickly it can be turned into a gospel, a praise, an anthem, a pop, or rap. Yes, I do have a rap feature on this AI thing also, Richie is our rap voice. I use him for my actual male singers when I want a real rough voice. Richie is the roughest voice. They don't recommend him for singing, but I use him for singing because how rough his voice is. Tenor bass songs, the Clark sister style. I do have my mind is made up, done in the style of the Clark sisters. I could duplicate any vocal that I listen to. I've done Misty, which I've been copyrighted on because it sounded so close to the original song. And a lot of people are looking. There are a lot of other AI softwares that have come out since the one that I have. There actually is a version 2 of this software coming out where they're giving you more parameters to now change the 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 phonetics of the word. See, if I change phonetics now, I can do maybe a part of the word. I can now be able to change the phonetics in the word. I can change the dynamic. That's the version 2. I saw at NAMM the creators Dream Tonics had a YouTube presentation of what's coming. It's not out yet. So I'm looking at investing, thanks to those of you who do view this channel and who share this channel, to invest in. And I see that I didn't change this over again. Oh man, I'm looking at one video. There we go. I'm looking at the wrong video. I'm looking at my OBS, which is this video you're looking at, and not seeing. What is it? Hey, John, how you doing? This program is called Dream Tonics. In fact, I do have a page for that. There we go. This is the software. As you can see, I was working on Lift Every Voice and Sing. These are MIDI files played from my keyboard. And once it has been played, of course, a MIDI file is just a note played with a timing, a time code. It's at 100, 105, 1006. I assign lyrics to it. I think you can see that, lyrics that are typed in, but that doesn't speak to how the song would sound. The software assigns, I can assign vocals to it. Let me just turn off this one. And in fact, let's see. One of these tracks shows all my singers. Where are you? Come on, I don't see all the singers. Maybe because I don't have them all activated. Usually I have 3 or more activated, and they all populate this page. Ah, here they go. These are all my singers. As you can see, I have a range. There's D-Lin, Japanese, Erin, Japanese, Hayden, American, Felicia, American, Mai, Japanese, Natalie, American, Richie, American, Niall, American, Saros, American, Solaria, she's either Japanese and American. These are all the singers that I have populating the software that I can pick from, put them in any key so that you can hear what they sound like. If I were to go to Hayden, I have in there, let's put Natalie. Natalie has a voice of her own. This may be high for her. Let's see what she sounds like.
Lift every voice and sing.
Well, that's Natalie. If I want to switch from Natalie and go to Maya, she's more of a Japanese sound.
Lift every voice and sing.
So I pick and choose whose voice can give me the song I want. Solaria is my soprano.
Lift every voice and sing.
So what I would generally do is, if I wanted to use her voice, I'd have to change the key. So I would select everything. She's going to be singing probably B flat will be her range.
Lift every voice and sing.
Yeah, she's going to be screaming at D flat. So go to B flat.
till earth and heaven
B major.
ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling deep. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught
Too low.
us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us, facing the
Dream Tonic. That is the vendor that makes this software. I've done marvelous things with this software. Again, I don't mind. In fact, I have a whole playlist devoted to when I first got this software and what I've been doing with it. Let's see. Well, I did Turning Around lately. I'm going to do that one again. Did Wash Me Over. Your Grace and Mercy, I did. For Congregational, I did Have You Tried Jesus? He's All Right. This was done for a request. Let me see.
Have you tried Jesus? He's alright. Have you tried Jesus? He's alright. Have you tried Jesus? He's alright. Have you tried Jesus? He's alright.
So that's generic. But if you put a loop on it, and let's see, the loop is right there. And let's see, we can measure it right there. And let's see, 90 beats per minute. Let's see if I can match a drummer, because this is all about being able to practice using technology. This won't allow me to do a drummer. Okay, drummer, this drum beat. We said 90, but this one is a little different. So I got to program this drum to match the 90 beats per minute from a practice standpoint. Actually, I'm going to make it faster. So, let's see. Got to try and match the drum because I'm going to speed it up. Do I give lessons? Yes, I do. It's by Skype. Let me turn this. Okay, yeah, this camera. You can change the tempo, but you don't affect the voice. It speeds it up. Let's try 100.
Have you tried Jesus? He's alright. 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 Have you tried Jesus? He's alright.
Trying to
Have
find the
you
speed.
tried Jesus? He's alright. Have you tried
Almost there.
Jesus? He's alright. Have you tried Jesus? He's alright. Have you tried Jesus? He's alright. Have you
Almost there.
tried Jesus? He's alright. Have you tried Jesus? He's alright. Have you tried Jesus? He's alright.
All right. So again, trying to match up the tempo to my to the keyboard drum machine is never 100%. I always got to go in between. Let's go to 95 here, and let's move this up. See if I can catch.
Have you tried
1, 2, 3,
Jesus?
4.
He's
2,
alright.
3,
Have
and-
you tried Jesus? He's alright.
Slow it
Have
down
you
just a
tried Jesus?
And
He's alright. Have you tried Jesus? He's alright. Have you tried
I'm
Jesus?
almost there. I just got to now adjust the loop to match the tempo right here.
He's alright. Have you tried Jesus? He's alright. Have you tried Jesus? He's alright. Have you tried Jesus? He's alright. Have you tried Jesus?
Anyway, you get the idea. Technology has made, for me, song creation possible without encouraging or without encroaching on another person's talent or their abilities. Yes, I have done Total Praise. That's completely done. I have done I have done Thomas Whitfield's for I Shall Wear a Crown, exactly the way it sounds on his album. I've done Timothy Wright's For the Rest of My Life. I'm working on For Every Mountain. Let me see if I can pull up. Got Richard Smallwood's I Love the Lord. Here it is. I'll Shall Wear a Crown. 3-part harmony. Let's split the voices. If you have headphones on, you hear the voices all in their respective places. And I did this exactly to the album.
I shall wear a crown. I shall wear a crown when it's all over. When it's all over, I shall see his face.
chords. And I haven't touched this. I haven't touched this recording since I did this one. So there's some breath marks I want to go back in there as my skill has gotten a lot better. But as you can see, it's notes, MIDI notes. And I haven't touched this since I first did it. And I've learned more that I need to attach all of these to get a more human feel. But these are the exact notes from the song. Why? Because I know scales, I know notes, their placement, especially three-part harmony, and technology allows me to recreate using a real human voice, computer enhanced to react to how a human singing a particular note would sound. This allows for this technology for songwriting demo purposes. And yes, will it put people out of work? Yes, if they're in the business of helping people write demo songs, because now they can send to the singer, this is how I want you to sound, because you can adjust everything about a human voice technology-wise. Let me see, what is this? Let me shut this one down, right? These are all the parameters currently that one could use to adjust. Let's see, get rid of that. Okay. These are all the parameters that you can adjust. Loudness, tension, breathness, gender, time shift, duration, all these, passion, solid, light, airy, soft. And this is by each of the different vocals. This is Solaria, who's the main soprano. Technically, all these notes should be tied together. Some of them are. But because there's a particular sound I want to hear, I left them spaced apart. I want them to sound like a separate voice. If I were to go to Solaria and do just her voice.
I shall wear a crown.
Imagine being able to teach your choir by voice.
I shall wear a crown when it's all over.
If you just want to teach the sopranos by themselves, you can have me create a file and send it to you
When it's all
as an audio file
over,
so that you can learn the sopranos sing the correct note.
I shall see his face. I shall see his face when it's all over.
Add the tenor.
When it's all over, I'm gonna put on my robe.
Tell
Just the tenor.
the story
Actually, let's change
how
Hayden
I made
into
it
sorrows.
over.
So we change our voice now.
I'm gonna put on my robe. Tell the story.
Let's add our alto
how
and our
I
tenor.
made it over.
Let's change our alto.
I'm gonna put on my robe. Tell
The story how I made it over. Soon as I get home.
Add our soprano and everybody three parts together.
soon as I get home.
And let's say I wanted home to have a little more oomph to it as the last note. So we'll go in and we'll change the phonetics and give home with an extra M And let's see how that does.
At home.
And let's stretch that out a little bit.
Home.
And let's go to you. And that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. It's home, Homme. And let's extend you out because you're the last note. And we'll go to tenor. Go to the last note. Change the phonetics, Homme. And let's hear home.
Home.
Now, let's say I want to give it a little, let's add in split. And let's change this to MM. HMM. Go to U, split the note, type in HMM, go to U, we split it here, type in HMM, and
Home.
hum. I wanted Again, phonetics are important. I don't know why I put an H in there when I wanted a Come on, mouse is too sensitive. 3 M's. Go to U. 3 M's. All right.
Home.
Just like that. So if I want to stretch that out, again, this is not going to be saved, but I just want to show, come on, what technology gives to today's musicians. Musicians of my era they can't do this. This is not them. But this is me.
Home.
You cannot beat technology. Modify the tempo. I can put it in a if I want to change the beat to a Caribbean beat. If I wanted to do that, all I got to go in and just modify the timing. I can change it into a Caribbean beat. I can put it, and then build a reggae sound around it. If that's what I wanted to do. Technology now makes it possible for creatives, and I consider myself an actual creative. I think when you're in a church, you get labeled, or you're just a church musician. That's all you do is play for church. No, I'm a musician, which means anything dealing with creating sound, I should be capable of doing. I'm limited here because all I have is a piano and an organ in front of me. When I got my M1 keyboard, all of a sudden I became a string section, a horn section, a rhythm section, a bass player, all out of a keyboard, which I never had available to me as a youngster. So yes, I had to invest in myself. So with this keyboard and with this software, I can now be as creative as I want to be. And I love demonstrating what technology is because I want every musician to expand their ability beyond playing a shout bump or worship. What do they call it? War chords. I'm like, come on, you guys should be delivered from that. I was stuck in that era where you had to create an atmosphere. It wasn't just organic; you had to create it. I'm from the actual organic atmosphere where I didn't have layered chords to give an air of, I didn't have this. Where is it at? Layered. I didn't have that. I had an organ and a piano. So that nowadays there's this creating an atmosphere by layering in pads and strings, and all of a sudden that is ushering in. Yes, I sit there and I laugh when I hear people talking like that when it's just music, and you're just using artificial sounds to create a mindset amongst those who are listening. I like music. Give me music, which is what technology is now allowing me to do. One more, and then I'm keeping an eye on the chat to make sure. Oh, any recommendations on MIDI software? It depends upon your pocketbook. Number one, there's free, and then there's not free. There is subscription, so that you get the updates constantly, and you get a lot of features. But that means you have to invest a part of your life into doing it, which is what I do at this part of my life. Or there is available, which depending upon what platform you're on, either Windows or Mac, you can get available to some software that just gets you into the pool of creating music using your keyboard. But again, it requires dedication and time to understand what it does and how to use it. I want to pull up another song, and then I'm going to leave this. Let's see. Where my tenors at? Oh, Killing Me Softly, I like doing that one, but I want the tenor voices. Where are they? Oh, there's the Timothy Wright song I did, which you've seen on the site. I'll bring that Timothy Wright song up because I sculpted it to the actual vocals from the YouTube video. My Hope is built on nothing less. 3-part harmony. Let's add in an additional soprano. We'll add in additional alto, and we'll add in Felicia. She's our new voice. We'll add in an additional tenor, and we'll use Sorrows. So now I've just added in 3 more parts to duplicate the song. They all have the same notes, soprano, alto, tenor, but they are different, distinct voices. So if you heard the original one on the channel, this one will sound differently because it's got different voices. Timothy writes, My Hope is Built. E flat.
My hope is built on nothing less than Jesus, but and right.
Walk it down and up.
Son's name
Bum, bum, bum,
when he shall come with trump
walk it down.
and
Walk it back up.
sound. Oh, may I then in him be found on Christ the solid
I can do anything musically.
rock I stand on the ground is sinking sand.
So this is a great time to be alive and creative as a where'd that come from? As a musician. Because you can. Don't know that what didn't change over. You can be anybody, anyone you want musically today. Let me just verify that I haven't missed any. Is there details of setting up lessons on Patreon, Xavier? Patreon is a platform that I use for getting support from the viewers of my YouTube channel who want more direct contact with me. I often say I charge $55 per session if you want to be able to command my time to break down an actual specific form or a actual specific song for you. Anything that takes me away from content creation, takes me away from being as an actual monetized YouTuber, having the funds to purchase software like Dreamtonic, and the different subscriptions that I use to create the YouTube experience of breaking down songs. There's got to be a way to, I won't say offset, but to allow me to branch out more through technology. So the Patreon page, I post lessons on the Patreon page that I feel would be a benefit for those who support me monthly. In the future, I'm going to I'm going to add a separate tier, which means a little bit more money, to where if you have a song that you want to write but you can't sing, for that monthly subscription, you have direct access to me to create that song for you and do the modifications you want. Or gee, put it in this key, change the alto part. Can the tenor be a little bit more forceful there? For a subscription fee of monthly, you can have that done. I may limit it down to maybe one song a month, which would be 12 a year, but that's what your support for me and others will make available to not to you, but to those who want to be. Once that tier has been established, not established yet, it's in my things to do for 2025. But I should wear a crown. Can you modify the template a bit? Yeah, I can modify anything. Again, I'm in full control, and it is not based upon a cloud experience where I have to be on the internet. That's all standalone on the system. And as you see, I have a whole stable of human sounding English speaking voices. I've already tried to, because they also sing in different languages. I already tried to do something in Spanish, and someone told me, well, that's not the correct way that it's spoken. I said, fine, I need to have someone who knows Spanish of the level of this software to interpret for me whether or not it is doing the job it wants. I want to be able to write songs in other languages or transfer them. Imagine My Hope is Built sung in German, French, Chinese, again, based upon the vocals that I'm using. If the vocal I have doesn't sing in Chinese, I'll pick one that does. Are most of the basics of becoming a church musician on your YouTube? Uh, it's different from my era. If you go to my Patreon page and join the free link, this way it doesn't cost you anything, but you still have access to me through email. Because when you join, you have to put your email in there. You can ask me a question. And I also provide some information on there. No, I'm actually on an M2 Max now for this for all of this. That's 64 gigabytes and a terabyte, which I'm slowly filling up. But I always offload all the big videos once a month, so I don't fill up the 1 terabyte. But I do have an M1 in Studio B. Every time I try to find a reason to do the upgrade, it surprises me and is able to do some things I didn't expect for it to do. Again, it was era one. It's only 256 gigabytes and 8 megs. So I do want the 16 gigabytes and possibly 512. But that's, as everyone supports me, that will make that possible. I actually do have this same software, another version of it, on that computer, so that I can also do videos, or rather vocals, on that studio. Again, you can't move, at least as far as I'm concerned, you can't move the software from computer to computer. You have to buy a separate one. They do allow you to deactivate the voices and then move them. I don't feel like going through all that. I'd rather just have a limited vocals there for doing quick work, which is what I've already done with the one upstairs. What was the question to talk about? Are the basics of becoming a church musician on my? In fact, let me bring that up, because from 2011, I had an internet course teaching musicians the aspects of being a church musician. So, and I put together a workbook that talked to that directly. I just got to bring up a page where I can show you what that looks like. Can I do that here? Let me do that here. And this workbook you can download on the Patreon site for free. I purposely put that there for free in case someone had, like you may have when I do show it on a live stream or on a video, and I refer to it, you can go and get it. You know what? I should be able to bring it up here too. Let's see if I can bring it up here. All right. So that's the lesson workbook that I put together in, as you see, 2000. Oh, you can't see that. All right. There we go. That should. So this was 2011 when I had an internet course teaching gospel music. I wanted musicians to get a well-rounded understanding as to what they were asking me to do for them. And I used the theme, playing with the spirit and the understanding, because today musicians think it's a quick gig where they run in, shout the house, play a little spiritual music for the altar call, and then get their check and run out to their next church. I always took it as it's more than just playing music. If you want to be that kind of musician, then go learn correct way and go do studio work, or go and tour the world. So I put this together: theory for new musicians, practice for intermediate musicians, techniques for advanced musicians. Back in 2011, you would download this, print it out, and carry it with you to church. Today, because you can put it in your phone, You do that, and as you can see, that's a young Sam Talbert playing at the picture that was taken. A little history about myself. I'm not that important. YouTube. There's the YouTube channel. Learn Gospel Music. That was an old site. That was, MySpace. I still have a MySpace page. Every now and then I'll go and say, is that page still active? Yes, it is. Nothing happening on that page though. But that's how old this was. And I had DVD lessons, which I still have. YouTube made having a DVD a waste of time, creating it to charge someone to email something that I could put on a video file. I wanted to make sure that musicians understood what they're doing. So my company, Sound of Joy, is based upon this theory or this scripture. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord. Serve the Lord with gladness, which means if you're going to do this, you can't come in feeling depressed, having a pity party, having a down day. I don't know of one down day that you could tell when I was playing the organ or the piano, because I understood why I was there. So I got this prayer off the internet, changed the words a little bit to match for a musician. Oh Lord, please bless this music that it might glorify your name. Number 1. 2, may the talent you have bestowed upon me be used only to serve you. Number 3, let this music be a witness to your majesty and love. Now, there's a grammar problem. I need to fix that. And remind us that you are watching, always watching, and listening from your throne above. This sets your spirit before you sit down on every Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, afternoon program, wherever you go musically, your mindset. If your mind is not right, the music won't be right. 4, may your presence and beauty be found in every note played so that it reaches the hearts of not goodness. Again, when you start reading these words, when I first put them in there, how much the music that I played, what it meant for me to play a note, so that it reaches the hearts of your people and not lift me up, but draw them closer to you. May your spirit guide us through every measure so that we might be the instruments of your peace and proclaim your glory. Amen. Yes, I get emotional when I read this because I understood whenever I sat down to the piano or organ, no matter what I had to play, it wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. Practice is, yeah, I need to go on, take a moment. Practice is for me. Every time I practice, that's for me. I get off on practicing, but when it comes time to play for a service, and there's somebody in the audience who I don't know listening, they can't hear me, but they got to hear what they need. So, new musician, not beginner, but new. Piano techniques, page 5, minor scale, piano keyboard scales practice, chord practice. When I say beginner, these are the things that a beginner should be learning. How to properly hold their notes, what notes look like, the scale played correctly in every key. See if I can expand that out a little bit. There we go. In every key, 2 octaves minimum. I even wrote it out. One of the best ways to train your fingers how to move across the keyboard is by practicing all the scales when you warm up, not just the key of C. Now, we're not even talking about church musician yet. We're talking about the beginner level. It's best always to use proper fingering techniques so that you don't put too much stress on your hands. I use the spider technique when your hands hover above the keys, and I've demonstrated that. If you look at that, that's a spider. That's how your hands should be playing the keys, not banging. Practicing the keys, every key, 2 octaves. What's missing? That's right, we didn't give you the note names. Use the keyboard at reference above to the notes that correspond to each finger number. So if you're in the key of E, which is one of the keys we played in, and you see that E starts off with 1 in the right hand, you got to go up here, find E. Oh, that's the 1. You see the thing. The 1 is there. 2 here, 3 here. What note is being played on the 4th finger in E? You're going to go back down here, go to E, Fourth finger has 1 again. This is the basics, beginner. If you're not doing this yet, then you're still at the beginner level. Because once you get this, everything else falls into place. Guess what? You learn the minor. What did I talk about? The minor key. You've got now a different look, same keyboard, a different way of looking at the fingering. Why? So that you don't get confused. Again, I never know the level of the person that is asking me to be able to assist them. So once you get in your mindset of practicing what's up here, now you grow. Now you get to see where a major key would have been all the way across here. The minor keys go up here. And yes, if you look at the C minor and see where it starts, these notes, if you go to the E minor, where is it at now? I know it's in there. Because the whole idea is for you to hear this and then be able to recognize it when you play in another key. Where is the E minor? Oh, in fact, C minor is I'm sorry, it's right. C minor is E flat major, so you won't see that there. This is all in the minor scale practices. Then at this time, this song was very prevalent. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above. This was a prevalent song back in my day. It's not anymore. That's why this is 2011. But I give you an understanding. The melody line to every song is found in the root key of that song. So whatever the root key is, that's where you'll find the melody line. And I gave you a song that was prominent in my day. Again, it's not anymore. But I made sure that as you were learning, you got some of the chords that you hear currently in the songs played today. And what would a person have to do? Look at these scale notes, E minor, C, C, D, E, F. If you're practicing the scales, you know where these notes are. You just go play them. Then when you see the chord, these chords are built on a scale. G, B, E flat. That's the chord built on a scale. I give you an understanding. The Bible says, in all thy getting, get an understanding. I believe in giving an understanding. Then I made you do some work. Fill in the scale with the following keys. D natural minor. And you go, oh, well, where's that found? Here. Again, I purposely put the book together to make a person think, what am I asking for? Why? Because this is the only way you're going to learn. We got into book theory. This is book theory. Music theory. Without theory, it's just notes. But when you put theory with it, it becomes music. What is a scale? A series of tones in an organized sequence. So if you're playing the scale incorrectly, it's not organized. It's going to sound disorganized. When I give you, this is the book theory. This is out of the book, whole, half, major scales. The major scales are in all these keys. Now, you just covered that from up here, but some people are hard-headed, and I recognize that. Musicians, as I say. So to enforce what you learned here, I put it in the book form. But you go over to the other side of the page, now you get to, as a musician, a learning musician, because I always ask a musician when they would take lessons with me, how do you practice? Oh, I just sit down and I just start playing what I want to play. I said, fine. Then you don't have a schedule. You don't have an actual discipline. A discipline that says, when I sit down to practice, this is what I'm going to do before I start practicing a song. So as a new musician, I believe it's important that you follow a routine. We used to call the words in. I worked for IBM. We'd had a seminar, and they talked about the word paradigm. I'm like, paradigm? Okay. I fix machines. What I got to be concerned with the word paradigm? Well, it's a set of rules and instructions that you go about doing something. Oh, it's a process. It's how you process everything that comes into you, and then you go out and you perform what you just took in. It's just like if you teach a child. I use myself. If my father taught me what this is, but never taught me how to use it, then I would just look at it and go, "Oh, okay." If he always said, "Give me the," he would always say, my father, yeah, he would say, "Give me the Phillips." If I pick this up, he'd yell at me, "That's not the Phillips. Get that one." And he said, "Oh, this is the Phillips. Why? Because of the head that's on it." Let me just back up a little bit. It's the way it looks. What work it can do. Then he says, "Give me the screwdriver." He said, "All right, thank you." I said, "Now I understand. There's a screwdriver and there's a Phillips. There's also a nut driver. There's many tools, many sizes of tools, but they all perform a particular function." It's good to know that these tools exist, but if you don't know how you use them, you may use it incorrectly, or you may break something because you've never been trained how to use it. Well, I always accepted the same thing about music. If what good is me to give you a chord and not tell you how it's used in in an actual performance? It's like asking for the number system. Give me the 1, the 4, and the 5. But if I don't tell you the 1 and 4 and the 5 and how it's used in the song, then you use it where it don't fit. Because that's what you told me. No, I said, if you put the 1 here, you could have 10 chords to the 1. I'd rather tell you where those 10 chords are, and they're being used in this section of the song to assist this note. The lowest note is the note that is holding all the chords together. So, for that, the routine of practice is what gives you the understanding. Which helped me to get more comfortable practicing, was setting up rules. 1, pray, essential. We get to pray in the beginning. 2, start with the scale finger in every key. 5 to 10 minutes, not an entire hour. If you're doing an hour of scales, then you're doing it wrong. Why? Because in the very beginning, I give you 2 octaves to practice and the correct fingering. You go through 1, go to the next. Go through 1, go to the next. Go through 1, go to the next. 5 to 10 minutes, every key, both hands. You see left and right hands. Once you're done, you don't go back. Once you've done the scale practice, and why would you go back? Practice your triads. I thought I gave that triads. Oh, that's coming up. There we go. Chords in different keys. Again, this is the beginning level. I gave you a song with triads. There's something missing. How did I miss it? It's supposed to be a page of chords. Let me back this up. There should have been a page. Oh, there they go. No, that's not them. Oh, okay, there we go. The triads. Where we talk about it and the different uses of them. Okay. Back to, and this is for your question about church musician. Triads, chord progressions, and they're in the book. Take a break, get some water, no soda because that'll make you hyper. Also gives you a finger rest. Practice a melody line with left-hand chord to a familiar song. I suggest a hymn you like to play or a praise song. This is when you start to practice. Work on your preacher chords. There's a whole section on that. Select 3 congregational songs normally sang at your church. Play them in the key they sing them in using the techniques practiced from this course. Do not use the transpose key. Again, I was against the use of that because if you're practicing scales, you don't need it. If you play for a choir or praise team, begin practicing the songs they will sing at the next service. Take a break, answer your cell phone, and update your Facebook. This is the early ages of Facebook. If you don't have a practice routine, this is a suggestion. If you've never had one. So, once you get past all of this, okay, how great is our God? This is where we get into church musician. Establishing a local church music department. It's been brought to my attention many new musicians are serving the local church or are faced with the task of establishing a music department, complete with choir presidents, music directors, etc. In this organization, sometimes the roles tend to overlap and feelings become hurt because of misunderstandings. I've had to go through that. Everybody wants to be the boss, but nobody wants to do the work. Every church organization is separate unto itself, but I have gathered some basic rules which may assist in the formation of a local church music department. Now, that might not be you, but it's nice to know you have a reference in case you change ministries and they bring you in to be the person in charge. Wouldn't it be nice to have a reference as to what type of order you'd like to see? You and your group. Do we need a minister of music or a music director? What are the other necessary positions? Building a good choir. This is nothing but playing music. This is about educating you with an understanding of what you're walking into. Musicians and the singers ministry. Now, this I got from a seminar done by Stephen Ford back in 2010. This is what he had put together, and I just copied from it by Minister Stephen Ford. Again, I always want to give shout out to the content creator. He's now Dr. Ford. He's now elevated himself in education. But this is for you, the musician. Things to establish. What's most important? Your relationship with God. What's next? Your spouse, your family. If you engage someone to be a part of your life, well, after you and God have a talk and he's established you to be able to feed them, house them, protect them. Your health probably should have been before your spouse, but we'll put your health up there as number 3. Your employment. You got to work so they can eat. Then you get into your ministry, your music development, and your other interests. And please, 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 this is important. This is what I didn't have. I wish I had go back and redo this. Other interests, sports, hobbies, etc. I play a little basketball here and then, but I should have been doing more with sports and hobby, because that's how you keep your mind. Otherwise, if you're just 100% music, you turn out like me. Pray for your pastor, pray for the minister of music, pray for fellow musicians. Pre-service prep. Ministry. Attend rehearsals, Bible study before music study. Yes, you should know what church you're in and what they believe. And if you don't believe in it, you shouldn't be there, because they want you to be able to implement that in how you communicate with those in the ministry or who may be coming. Practice, learn hymns, worship or start, develop an organized lifestyle, become faithful, accountable, keep a folder of your music. You should see what I had. Sanctify your attitude. In other words, temper your temper. It's good to have a temper, but understand if you say the wrong thing in the wrong time to the right person, you don't have a job. Sensitivity and temperance. Musicians need deliverance. Sanctify your attitude. Yes, as you can see, say the wrong thing to the right person, you don't have a job anymore, and it may mess up your next place of employment as a church musician. Arrive early before service, check the instrument, tune it up, respect others, join the prayer, play with dynamics, be sensitive, watch your minister of music, watch your worship praise leader. The song selection is not your job unless you're in charge, and sometimes it changes from the minister. That's why I'm not doing for churches anymore. Each song should be played unto the Lord. Give excellence, whether you feel like it or not, very important for you. And let the playing of your instrument be an extension of your worship. Let them hear what you are about in your playing, which is why you can see where I can switch up the music to different styles. If I want to feel in the jazz style, I can throw jazz. If I want to feel like I'm in a cathedral, I can give the cathedral style, because I've been in those environments and I understand what they feel like. This is, again, dealing with the church musician. More information. But that's a young Sam Talbot. This was when I was playing for the United Methodist Church and found out that they have 800 hymns in one hymnal. And I'm like, I'm glad I did though, because I learned a lot. Didn't know I could do that. Can I move this over? No. I can move me over, right? Yeah, move me over. There we go. I know I'm talking a lot, but the question came up, and I've always wanted to make sure that if I'm ever asked a question, I give a thorough answer. What is the secret to playing hymns effectively? Excerpts from the Methodist Hymn Songbook of Zion Supplement hymnal. So yes, I went to the hymnal of a United Methodist Church for this information, and I found it to be very necessary to share with musicians who may find themselves in a different denomination. You don't want to be caught off guard by not having an understanding. Director, accompanist, musical improvisation. This is the United Methodist Church. Thought this course was going to be an easy course? No way. I use every one of these above techniques in my hymn playing, and if you follow my examples, I will teach you how to improve your understanding of hymn playing using these techniques. What are these techniques? The beat, the rhythm. Let me see. There are very few moments in the silence of improvisation of black music. Oh, there are very few in moments of silence in improv. What the? Um, I proofread this too. There are very few in moments of silence in improvisation of black music. And when they occur, they are generally for special effects, filling the measures of rest or opens. Oh, okay, if you're reading sheet music. With chords duplicated at the upper or lower octave, broken chords, arpeggios, passing tones, either single notes or in octaves, passing tones, lowering, upper and lower neighboring tones, runs, glissandos, chromatic motives, or phrases, and so on and so on. Remember, all of these extras must be utilized with taste and discretion. Whatever your nature of improvisation, do not leave open spaces. Now, what is an open space? When I was just playing that song, My Hope is Built, you heard me doing passing tones so that there's no dead air. Kind of like nowadays they have talk music. So if someone is talking on the microphone and they take a pause moment, you don't want to just hear somebody's stomach growling like you just heard mine. I don't know how many people are still here, but I do thank you because I'm going through this so that I can, again, give an understanding. You may not see this again this year. That's necessary. So these are all the things. Changing modulation is very common in black music. It adds a variety and heightens the emotions of the composition. Most compositions are reduced to, again, I didn't write this. This was in a book that was out before I got there. I don't know when they put this book together. Most compositions can be reduced to a 1-4-5-1 chord progression, whether they are written in a major or minor key. Therefore, chordal embellishment or decoration is common in black music performance. Use augmented tonic and dominant chords, dominant chords twice, huh? Secondary dominant chords, diminished triads, dominant, augmented, and diminished seventh chords, ninths, 11th, and 13th chords. Chordal inversions and altered chords, flatted thirds, sixths, and sevenths are common. Okay, let me get away from all this talk because it is long haired. How much more is there? Okay, so now I got into, at this time, what are the songs that are seasonal, commonplace to be used in church. It's different today though, because you don't have the same structure, order of service anymore. But then I got into a different type of scale practice. We should be in the intermediate stage now. Yes, this is the intermediate musicians lessons. This is the advanced musicians. These are, again, where is the advanced musician on? The organ. That's how I always recognize an advanced musician. If you're on the organ, you are advanced. You're not on the organ learning. You're on the organ learning in your own personal domicile, but not in church. That is not the time to be learning how to play the organ, because you're looked at as the welcome Tristone. You're looked at as the answer musically for the entire service. There is no getting up and taking a pause. You got to be ready to minister at a drop of a hat. So what do you need to know for the organ? What drawbar settings, standard drawbar settings, can assist with the service? These are what the other musicians would not show me at all. But when I found a link on YouTube, not on YouTube, on the internet that had these along with the pedals, I said, these are what I'm going to put out there. Screaming, shouting, soft backing, full, clean fifth organ, Jimmy McGriff sound, house church, house bass, America theater organ. And I gave you an understanding. Not only how to play the organ, but if you break it, how to fix it. And that is number 4. Why? Because my father he's working now, is a certified Hammond organ repair person, and I learned to fix the organs with him. There are springs called pedal pushers that will break. If certain tones are not heard and the wire is broken, if you're mechanically inclined, you can repair the problem yourself. If you're not, don't do it. As I say, my father made sure that his son knew. Let me just change this scene. Oh, that's where I go. My father made sure I knew how to use these. What this was used for. This wasn't just a bottle opener for soda. That I knew what each of these tools were capable of doing in the repair, either taking apart or putting something back together. Yes, I do have a soldering iron, 2 of them actually. I have not just these tools, but probably 30 more specialized tools. Because again, I was a technician for the IBM Corporation, 48 years. Became one of their decorated technicians. Got awards for helping to extend the life of equipment well past its age, so that if the customer wasn't ready to purchase the latest and greatest thing, they could still make use of their old equipment. I learned how to extend it through using, again, a discipline of understanding. If something breaks, how do you keep it from breaking? Well, perhaps it needs better lubrication. Perhaps it needs to be loosened. Perhaps it needs an additional shim. Perhaps it needs to be, or you need to educate the user of that equipment how not to abuse it so that it lasts longer. I developed techniques on how to do that, and it kept me employed for 48 consecutive years to now I'm actually getting a pension after 48 years. And just decorated. You don't see the awards there. Those are my church awards back there for the time I put in for serving churches. But I always had the spirit of understanding first. How does something break? Because I know how it breaks, I'll know how to keep it going. The same thing when in music. If your music isn't doing what it needs to do, make the adjustments. Change something. Change the key. Change your approach. Learn a different style. Become not really competitive with someone else, but compete with yourself. How well can you do in what you're actually trying to promote in music? The same thing goes with being an actual church musician. I don't know why that came up. As being an actual church musician, first you got to understand what you're asking for, and then what's going to be expected of you. So this is for Xavier, who asked the question: Are most of the basic? It should be said, what are most of the basics of becoming a church musician on your YouTube? Music is just a part of it. Music is half of it. Really, that's music is the easiest part. It's just a bunch of notes played in succession to bring about a joyful sound for those who are actually listening. It's that other part of it when you're working with people who are not you, who don't think like who you think, and who are depending more on you than you depend on them. When the choir don't come or the choir's not singing right, they're not looking at the choir. They're looking at you. And sometimes you get if you don't understand that they're looking at you to make people who don't normally sing or don't practice like you practice sound better every time they put a microphone in front of them, that's not your fault. But you sometimes have to accept the fact, yes, it is your fault because you were signed up for it. I'll put it like that. If you sign up for it, you whatever comes negative is a great thing because that means that you're going to go to work. You're going to say, you know what I need to do? I need to get with Mr. Talbert and see if he can create for me a file that I can send to my soprano singers so that they sing better. Trying to change the screen here, and it's not allowing me doing. Oh, this screen? No, this screen. Until you learn how to navigate this type of software yourself, which is what I want you to do, where if you're going to teach a song, and I'm going to save this because I like all those voices I have there. Let's see, what would be a nice choir practice song? Do-do-do-do. Oh, I like that song. It's congregational. I don't see something something that you can do. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Maybe that one. Let's see. Let's see what we got in here. I want to get one that can be a choir song. Oh, I know the one I want. Where is it? Lord, I lift your name on high. Where are you? Where are you? Huh. You in here? Nope. Where's Lord, I lift your name on high? Huh. Sorry about that. It's supposed to be there. There's only two places it would have been. Ah, okay. Well, I guess we can't do that. Let's go with. I go to the rock. Because this is all about this is all of it too. Sorry for seeing the side of me. I'm just looking at the screen. So why is it not there? Can I touch on that more than anything? They'll come after me on it. That's okay. I've already done stuff. More than anything, if you're teaching your choir or your praise team, more than anything, and your sopranos are not getting their notes, to be able to, first of all, know what their notes are, go to where they're having the issue at. Let's say it's when they get into the three-part harmony. Let's see, is it right here, soprano?
Love me in your arms. You were my shelter from the storm.
All right, that's the tenor. Altos, they're having a problem with their parts.
I lift my hands in total air.
All right, let's change our vocal to from Natalie to our new Felicia.
Adoration unto you. You reign on the throne, for you are God and God alone. Because of you, my cloudy days are gone. I can sing to you this song. I just want to say that I love you more than anything. Love me in your arms. You were my shelter from the storm. When all my friends were gone, you were right there all along. I never knew love like this before. Oh, I just wanna say that I love you more than anything. I love you, Jesus. I worship and adore you. Just want to tell you, Lord, I love you more than anything. I love you, Jesus.
Because you know your parts.
I worship and adore you. Just want to tell you, Lord, I love you more than anything. I love you, Jesus.
Something's changed here. That's not alto. Oh, I see it's alto. The alto stayed there. The sopranos went higher. That's right. I'm saying, why does it sound like a tenor part?
I love you, Jesus. I worship and adore you. Just want to tell you, Lord, I love you more than anything.
Oh, you want to see the keys, don't you?
I love you, Jesus. I worship and adore you. Just want to tell you, Lord, I love you more than anything. I love you, Jesus. I worship and adore you. Just want to tell you, Lord, I love you more than anything.
That's where I stopped at. So, yes, to be in the position of a church musician, where the buck does start with you, stops with you, everybody is looking for you to be the answer. If I had to do it over again, I probably wouldn't, to be honest with you. But I can't go back in time and change it because it does take its toll. It does take its toll physically. As I said, I played for 3 different denominations. There's a reason. Almost passing out in the first one, and the doctor telling me, whatever you're doing, stop it, because you are borderline hypertension. And I just let that go right there. That led me to my second ministry, because I said, you know what? If The saved, sanctified, and filled with a spirit did not recognize what serving in this ministry was doing to me to the point where they would not get me assistance. Today's churches have 4 or 5 musicians. I was the only one doing 6 choirs, doing 5 to 6 services a week for 25 consecutive years without being offered a vacation, a 2-week vacation. When I began to ask for those things for my own physical well-being, remember I said in that chart where I says you got to be concerned about your health. Your health is above the church. That's why I am retired, because my health is more important than an organization. It's different when, again, I'm probably getting on the wrong tangent, but that's why conversation is good. This is the kind of conversation I didn't receive as a youngster. Your health and your well-being is more important than a church ministry. Your health, because it is your body. You're only here for one go-round. Wouldn't you like to be able to be in charge of where you spend that time? Not saying yes to an organization and you watch everyone else live their life, go on vacation, get those accolades of work on their job, where I had to refuse opportunities to be available for church because they didn't hire a second person to allow me to go into those different opportunities. What is the term they used to say? Be thou faithful unto death. If you played Wash Me Over Again, can you play it through? I caught the very last of it. Sure, I'll play that because I need to get off. I've been on here. What's the time to say? 4 hours and 15 minutes. I was trying to keep it to 3 hours. But just from, again, conversation standpoint, if you're not concerned about your health, then serve the church until your life, till you're used up. I used to sing a song like that, Use Me Up. No, I'm not ready to be used up, not for a ministry. Because you'll find that they're enjoying while you're continually working. Because when you're not playing in church, you're playing at home, learning music to support those who wouldn't put the same amount of time in that you do. It's good if everybody's on the same boat together, in the same deck, in the same vein, in the same, let's all get together and do this. Not let you as a musician learn 100 songs, and then if you get one wrong, something is wrong with you. Something's wrong with the musician. One thing I never really appreciated was to hear the musician being cast in the same line of Satan, as they would say. Lucifer was a musician, and I would look up while they're saying that. I say, choose your next words wisely, because you'll watch me shut this organ off and walk down the middle aisle and leave. Don't put me in the same thing, because you're upset because something that I didn't do that you can't do, and you're going to use me as an example. Again, temperamental, yes, but as the Bible says, don't cast your pearls among the swine. Don't let your good be spoken evil of, even if it's coming from the pulpit. And know your limitations. Know what stress is, number one. Identify it. It's real. Stress is real. I'm here to tell you, stress is real. It'll take you out of here. And they'll say God called you home. No, he didn't call you home. You stood there. You stayed too long. Now, with that all said, music is a beautiful thing. Music reduces stress. For those who want to use the scriptures as their basis for David playing his harp and playing the evil spirits off of Saul, well, God released those evil spirits on Saul. They didn't just come after him. He got released. But in this day and age, you can be surrounded with a bunch of evil thoughts and what I call the word undermining. Whatever you try to do, someone is trying to sabotage it and smile in your face, and then you're wondering, what did you do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong but what you have been called to do, and other people will do what they're called to do, and hopefully if there's a clash, you're aware of it, and you're not trying to, as I did for many years, try to compensate for it by doing more, and then you tend to see yourself, you're watching yourself go down, and you're wondering, well, what did you do? Sometimes you need a doctor to, as they say, do that run through to make sure that everything with you is fine. Of course, keep your mind prayerful. Whatever words of scripture, because there's so many of them now, whatever ones work for you, not the ones that work for other people, because they'll tell you, oh, you're supposed to stay here until you're called home. No, you're supposed to live life abundantly. That's what you're supposed to do. And if it means not around certain people for a period of time so you can recuperate, then that's what it means. Get a day job. Don't let the church be your only job, because the day of the church, again, this is just my own insight, because I, as a technician, I had to be able to look at a machine, and even though they say it should last 10 years, I had to look at, well, can I get 15 years out of it so that the customer doesn't have to go to the expense of buying something brand new unless they have the funds for it. So when I look at the church, I saw this change coming to where it is right now, and I kept maneuvering myself so I wouldn't have to be a part of it, because it was foreign to what I came up in as a church musician. Today's church, as I say, I'm retired. I don't want to have the obligation of being available. Oh, you're in the room. Well, we'll have you come up and do this. So, because our musician is late coming. Well, I never knew what late coming to church was. I was always there 2 hours early, making sure that everything was in place and in order, so that when the service started, I didn't have to get off the organ and go fix something, because that's generally what I had to do. When they wouldn't pay for a technician, I had to be the fix it guy. Fix this, turn that, adjust that, make the mic sure the mics stop whistling. We broke the cord. Okay, swap out, find a spare cord, swap the cord out. This is during the services, because they would not pay for someone to be the technician. I couldn't just be a musician. I had to be the musician plus. What do they say? Whatever your hands find to do. But that was Jesus and his mother at the wedding when he first started his miracles. Whatever your hands find to do, do it. Well, no. I rather just do music. But again, I try not to get on a soapbox, but I like to make musicians aware of this ministry that you feel you need to be a part of. Well, understand that it does come with stipulations. You're going to miss out on parts of life that I don't want you to have the actual regrets I have. I love what I'm doing right now, and using technology to actually do that, to be in the creative mindset, to be able to create songs, to be able to share those creations. I'm just pulling up "Wash Me Over" again, because I'm gonna let everything end with that. Should be right here. Oh, there it is. Discard that. But what you want to be able to do is to be effective. Number one, you got to be effective. You can't. You want to get infected, but you want to be effective rather, in your music, in your ministry, and it's yours. Some may try to claim, oh, this is what you're supposed to be doing. No, you want to be effective in your ministry, and then when you go home, be it alone or with a spouse and children, you want to be just as effective there as well. Wash Me Over again, and then I'm going to acknowledge those that were here, and I'm going to let everyone go, because I'm going to make something for dinner tonight. I put it back in the original key of A flat, and I put the choir vocals in with it. Let's go to the Chordy app and change that key to A flat. It's a slowed song. I'm going to speed it up just a bit. We'll take it out of 80. We'll put it at 85. All the vocals will align with it. Wash Me Over, again, key of A flat. And again, this song is a late Timothy Wright composition. he wrote a lot of songs that are not sung today. Everybody goes for all the real popular songs. These are all the passing tones. Passing tones.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again. Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again. Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
Wash me over again. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again in your precious blood. Wash me over again.
That was A flat. To do E flat would put everybody in a different vocal range. Flat 7, 4, 5, 2, 6, 2, 5, 2, 5, 3, 4, 3, sharp 5, 6, flat 6, 5, stay in the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, flat 7, 6, 5, 2, 3, 4, 2, 5, sharp 5, 6, 2, 5, stay in the 5 to the 1, 2, 3, in your 4, 2, 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 6, 5, stay in, no, 3, 2, stay in the 2, 5, the 1, E flat. All right, I am going to thank everyone who have endured me, and of course those on our Facebook page. If you're still watching, thank you for spending 4 hours and 26 minutes with Sam Tolbert and Sound of Joy Music Services. I believe we touched on the 2 viewer requests that we had and one from our chat. Let's just thank those who have come in. And I only recognize you because you did chat. G. Albert, Dejan. Let's see. I know there was more. Okay, go down. Mass Design. 28. Thomas Mitchell. Regmond Music. Some have several chats. I want to make sure I don't miss anybody in between. I generally do that. Demo. And I think I've got everyone. I know there's somebody else new in there I saw. Cheryl Robinson. I knew there was someone else. Adam Jameson. Right, lift every voice in A flat is the normal key. We covered that. Xavier. I believe you are coming over to Patreon. Do appreciate that. Oh, I missed the song. Have you ever done a tutorial of I Will Bless the Lord at All Times by Joe Pace? I have to play with the choir tomorrow, so do you think choir voicing would be better? How did I miss that one? I Will Bless the Lord at All Times by Joe Pace. Joe Pace. I will bless the Lord at all times, for he's good. Is that the one we're talking about? Let's see, Joe Pace. All right, is that the one? Can we
try it here? Let's try it here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep. Yeah, that. Yeah, you had to be there. Welcome. Thanks, John, for coming in. Let's see. I don't miss anybody else because I've never played this song from the album Tristone. Thank you for coming in. This song by Xavier Wallace. This is a fun song to play because they are borrowing a R&B song. You had to be there when this song was being played. We couldn't do this in church. We could not play this in church because we'd get asked off the organ. Key of C, goodness. Now quartet groups can get away with it because this is a quartet song, which means it's jazz, straight jazz. Yes, I'm gonna get a copyright strike on this one. But yes, think R&B, quartet, jazz. Pentatonic scale to the 6, to the 3, to the 6. No, to the 3. That's the note change I hear for the altos. Real good. Real. 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 6, 5, 3, 1. 2, 3, 4. Sharp 4. 5, but with a 2. So musicians would have a ball with this. Because all you gotta do is play jazz. I told you gospel music borrows. They borrow. They don't invent. They borrow, and then they turn it into, you add a little bit of add Jesus, Lord, God, whatever into the lyrics, and then it makes it all right. A flat or C. I will bless the Lord. Oh, it's a C. There it is. I haven't practiced that in a while. Dun, dun. Or that chord. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Which is why I say practice scales on both hands so that you can do the bass part. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Each and every day. It's that chord I'm trying to reach, and the microphone is in my way. Each and every day of my Yes, those are the days when gospel music filled a church. I mean, I understand about today's music also, it will fill a particular style church, but if you wanted to get the offertory right, let this be your offertory song. The offertory was right. I had to do the horns because I hear the horns in the background and it brings back memories. Wow. Yeah. So, are you going? You are going all into tonight. Oh, yeah, well, again, I'm a musician. I'm a musician. When you're a musician, then you make music. And if it means you're going to venture into the realm of the brass instruments, if you have a brass background, as I do, then you go there. Let me see, where is my. What's the brass? That's what I was looking for, the brass section. Horns, classic trumpet. There's a whole brass section that I use whenever I go into here. Oh, here it is. Anyway, make a joyful noise. That's all. That's my motto. That is everything I do. Yeah. So that's What was the question? Go back to the comment. Um, change this view. There we go. Have you ever done a tutorial over "I Bless the Lord at All Times"? No, I have never done. I just did one right now for you. I have to play it for the choir tomorrow, so you think the choir voicing would be better? No, the choir voicing is fine with that song. Again, I was messing some of it up as I was listening to it. Then as you slow back and peel back the onion of the music and start to listen to all the notes they're singing, you find that they are, let me see, 1, 4, 1, 6, 3, 6 with a major. Then you got the Each and Every Day of My Life. 4, then a 6 with a F sharp, 2, and then a 1 for the choir voicing. So, and it sounds nice with the horns in the background. So yeah, I just did your tutorial in the key of C, and it changes key. I think we went as high as what, D. It may go up a little more. How much is left in the song? Yeah, it's a lot left in the song. It may go up a few more keys. So no, I've never done this song. I've heard people sing it. I may have touched on it just practicing, but never actually played with the actual recording till right now. That's why every time I'm playing, I'm listening. Okay, I missed that chord. I missed that chord. Playing it like I played it, never hearing it correctly. But yeah, that was the changing sound of gospel music as the different songwriters and the producers came in with their style of music. Again, that's straight R&B. I'll Take You There, I believe, is the theme of that song. Do 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 do. I'll take the Staple Singers. Do 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 do. Because the bass player led with that song. So you're gonna make me pull up a bass track now. Let's see what space that I like to do that. I believe that's how it went. Yeah. Memories. What is the name of this program? Is that the one that I use for the vocals? The AI vocals. It's Dream. Let me pull up the site so that you can see their website. You can download a demo version of this for free, so that you can um, see the attributes of the program. You only get three voices, two Japanese, one American, but it's functional enough for you to be able to see how it works. I believe it only gives you a 2 minute play window, but that's all I needed when I downloaded the demo. After the first 5 seconds, it says, "Yep, I'm going to make a purchase." Trying to pull up the. I don't want the store. That's where I do my buying from. I want to pull up the main page. It's a Japanese company. So it's created for. Okay. Sorry, I got to be right on top of the keyboard to spell correctly. All right. So why can't I just come in on the name of the company and not the store? All righty. They must have changed something. I can't bring this just the main company up. I don't want the store. I want the main company, because that's where you can get the link to. One more time. Let's go with demo. Okay, let's see if that'll get me there. Store, free trials. Okay. Okay. We can share this page. So this is the site where you can get the free trial. That's the page I wanted to bring up. I want to move that over. I'll type it into the chat, so in case you want to investigate it for yourself. It's both Mac and Windows, and it's an actual standalone program. So you get to, you don't have to be signed on the internet, or you don't have to be logged onto their site. Just download into your computer. So as you can see, it's both Mac and Windows, and this tells you what you can do with the free trial. You can create songs up to 3 tracks. Use 3 voices, trial voices with what they give you, and use this for as long as you want. There's no time limit on it. It's not like you got it and in 6 days it's going to kill itself. No, it'll always be there from a trial standpoint. And there's the things that you cannot do. You can't export files longer than 45 seconds. You can't use their advanced features, which they do have. There's a voice to MIDI thing, which I've tried because I can't sing. But if you were a singer, you can actually sing into this, create a wave file, import it into this program, and it will convert it into MIDI files with the lyrics, and then you could assign another vocal to it. Because I'm not a singer, it has never worked for me. So I've tried actually going in and saving files of actual people singing, and it sounded so horrible because it was trying to, it's giving an actual default version of what the singing was. I said, you know what, I'm never going to use this. I'd rather be able to control the voices myself. But this is the actual free trial of the program, which allows you to be able to see whether or not it's something that you would be interested in. And as far as, let's see, the news. See, I've got the update already. Okay, that's the page I want to look at. As it says, real vocals, unreal speed and convenience. The future of music production is here. A combination of years of AI research, signal processing, and unwavering passion for music has led to, and I always can't correct this chord, a tongue tire, Synthesizer V, a music producer's dream. Our pioneering synthesizer faithfully replicates the nuances of human singing voices without limiting your vocabulary. With access to realistic vocals at your fingertips, it's fading away because I can't bring it up too much. I think you see it pretty good there because I got all my things in the way. And I'm in the way. Let me do this. Get out of the way, Sam. So everything about this software that you want to investigate to see how it works. And again, it's a Japanese company. So if you hear any of the demos, it'll be in Japanese. But I'm the only one doing gospel on the internet, as far as I'm aware of, because I keep searching. I'm a part of different groups to hear is anyone else doing gospel. And these are all of their voices. Now, some of the voices are made by a company called, oh, what's the name? Eclipse Sounds. Yes, Eclipse Sounds. I've got 3 voices from Eclipse Sound who are doing human voices, or I should say human, U.S., get the word correctly, non-Japanese voices. There's a special word for that. I'm lost right now. But these are all the singers whom they've already created these voices. And these are actual voices of actual singers. That is the one thing about this program. It's not a computer voice. It's an actual singer singing into a process that allows you to play a MIDI file or create a MIDI file and assign their vocal to that word or to that lyric or to that note. I don't have nowhere near all of these singers that they have. I have the ones that are sing English. That's the word I want to use. English singers. But it's a Japanese company, so you will see a lot of Asian voices there, anime type voices and all that. Yes, I am going to write children's songs, so I may come in and get some of these anime style voices because of their range, how they sound. I wish I had wrote Baby Shark. If I had these type of voices, perhaps I could have written Baby Shark. But that doesn't mean I can write something comparable to that. Yeah, this is one of the Eclipse Sounds, and you can actually demo the voices.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound
can demo a voice before you invest in it.
And I'm so sorry. I'm just not strong enough to handle this.
All right, that's one of the voices I have. Hayden, Sorrow, I have. Sheena, I don't have. Solaria, Natalie, I have. She did a great job for doing Misty for me. Got me a copyright notification because it sounded so good. Solaria is my other top voice that should be in here. Do I have Astrian? No, I have a free version of him. Sorrows, where's Solaria at? That's my top soprano voice. I'm waiting for them to come out with some more. Nile, I have.
Well, is this the real me? Will I ever know the everything I can be? Maybe I need someone to show me. Baby, are you lonely? So will you show me what it really takes to know me? Take my sins and make me holy.
Ooh. Didn't know you had that range, dear. I'm going to have to reinvestigate your voice. But that's Nile, though I do have. She's on my roster. And who else do I have on my roster here? Aries on my roster. Sheena's not. Richie Richie is my, again, that's the Richie is the rough voice. He is the rapper.
Extreme tubulars grip the arms of your seats. Attention please, this rhythm will shake y'all. Let's just bring this up, levy up yourselves. People wanna be relieved of the fear of death. Can you wrestle in the dark, laugh so hard at the simplest jokes? Appreciate life like there's no tomorrow. Don't let the future be a hostage of your past. Live life with class, like a first-class citizen. The last shall be first. Wave your hands up in the air and move them all around like you just don't care.
That's me doing keyboard drums. So yeah, Richie, but I use him to sing also. Some tracks he won't come up as a singer because they know he's not a singing voice. He's more for spoken or for rap, but I use him to sing. What I used him, the song I used. Trouble in My Way. Yeah, Richie came in on Trouble in My, because I wanted a deacon sounding voice, so I used Richie for that. So he's on my roster. And Richie comes with the free version, with the demo version, and you get to keep him. If you get the demo version, you get Richie for free. If you buy the new version by itself, Richie's not there. You got to pay for him. But then just again get the demo version, and you get his voice. Who else? Kevin? No, I don't have Kevin. There he is, Solaria. She's the best soprano out of this group, and you've heard her voice on my thing.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Now that's their version of it. If I were to do it, she would be singing in a different way. But she's on my roster. And I think, who else do I have on my roster? I think that's it. 'Cause I got majority of all the English singing voices on my roster. But now this I did not invest in, called Vocal Flex, because I don't sing. But Vocal Flex allows you to sing and then transform what you sang into another person's voice. I didn't get Vocal Flex. I didn't want to do that. I'm not going to sing again. But that is the that is the program for that I use for creating vocals. And yes, it is work, but it's gratifying work when you can create a song or recreate a song and tailor the voices to how you would like for them to sound. I want to let you hear Richie in Trouble in My Way because I do have him singing. Did I change something there? No, let's discard that. And then I'll let that be the last thing I'll do today. Trouble in My Way. There it is. And I gave Richie I put him in the lead. Like he's the lead vocalist for a men's group, and I created a background singers for him too. So let's see if we could bring up Trouble in My Way. I'm going to change the page. Okay, let's do this. Let's do it this way. Okay. What key did I put him in? I think I put him in C. Well, maybe in B flat.
Trouble in my way.
Trouble in my way.
I got to cry sometimes.
I got to cry sometimes.
Trouble in my way.
Trouble in my way.
I got to cry sometimes.
I got to cry
I
sometimes.
lay awake at night,
I lay awake at night.
but that's alright.
That's alright.
I know that
Jesus, He will fix it
after a while,
after a
when
while.
my way gets dark and dreary,
Jesus, He will fix
when I feel my strength is failing,
Jesus, He will fix
my
it.
heart I've got a burden,
Jesus, He will fix
when the
it.
storms of life are raging,
Jesus, He will fix
the
it.
trials and tribulations,
Jesus, He will fix it
after a while.
after a while.
Trouble in my way,
Trouble in my way.
I got to cry sometimes.
I got to cry sometimes.
Trouble in my way,
Trouble in my way.
I got to cry sometimes.
I got to cry
I
sometimes.
lay awake at night,
I lay awake at night.
but that's alright.
That's alright.
I know that Jesus,
He will fix it
after a while,
after a
when
while.
my way gets dark and dreary,
Jesus, He will fix
when
it.
I feel my strength is failing,
Jesus, He will fix
my
it.
heart I've got a burden,
Jesus, He will fix
when the
it.
storms of life are raging,
Jesus, He will fix
the
it.
trials and tribulations,
Jesus, He will fix it
after a while.
after a while.
Richie. Yeah, if I don't stop, I won't get, what is it? Oh, it's past dinner time already. And we're at the 5 hour mark. So again, all of you have come and have spent some time with me here this evening now. Thank you for spending the last 5 hours watching Sound of Joy. Those on my Facebook page, if you're still there, thank you for watching. And as always, enjoy your Sunday morning. We're coming to the close of the first month of this year, and the ride has just got started, if you understand what I'm talking about. So pray for those everywhere. Pray for yourselves. Watch yourself. Make sure that you do eat correctly. If you watch what I had, I didn't post it. I posted on my Facebook page. I made myself salad with air fried chicken wings. So I'm eating healthy. I got some weight that I want to get rid of now because the scale is telling me you had too much fun over the holidays eating. Now it's time to pay for it. But I'm in good spirits. I'm in good health. No colds, no sinus issues, getting over a strained knee. But I'm working on that too. But as always, enjoy yourselves. Thanks for coming in, spending some time with me. I don't have an outro other than please don't forget to take care, everyone, and be blessed. Bye now.